Chapter 397. It was only the first month of the lunar year, just past the beginning of spring. Tianing's north was still a world of ice and snow, while the central regions still had rain and snow. Although they could start farming after the beginning of spring, most of them had to wait until the rains stopped. Especially in the central regions of the disaster areas, where the rain didn't come so quickly. Han Yunxi estimated that the disaster areas would lack at least a month's worth of grain. A month later, the crops would still be unripe, but wild herbs and weeds would be growing like crazy. At least they wouldn't run out of things to eat. What would they use to fill this month's gap? Everyone in Tianing was watching and waiting for the result. Han Yunxi had once thought of hunting down game to eat. Far away in the northern regions of northernly country, the hunters would hoard plenty of game every winter. Unfortunately, such things had to be prepared beforehand. It was impossible to find any game in the mountains in the middle of winter. As the carriage sped along, Han Yunxi was puzzled as to where they were headed. But she didn't ask this time, only guessing. Who knew that Long Fei would actually bring her to a harbor? Han Yunxi alighted from the carriage and saw a luxurious warship. A familiar figure was hurrying down from the deck. It was none other than General Bailey. "Your Highness, we're going out to sea to catch fish. Will we have enough time?" Han Yunxi admired Long Fei for thinking of going out to sea to catch fish. But would they have enough time to go out to sea now? Leaving aside the fact that the winter fishing season had already passed, it'd take them at least 3 months to make a round trip. If they returned in 3 months, they'd probably be cursed by the common people and severely punished by Emperor Tianhui. While they were talking, General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang both arrived. "Greetings to your Highness, greetings to esteemed Wang Fei." General Bailey was extremely respectful. General Bailey stood up and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that esteemed Wang Fei has never heard of Fishery Island, right?" Fishery Island, right? Han Yunxi really hadn't heard of it. Esteemed Wang Fei, Fishery Island is located in the East Sea. There is a huge lake on the island called the Illusory Sea Lake. The bottom of the lake is connected to the sea. Every spring, a large number of fish will gather in the lake. As long as you find the right place to break the ice and cast the net, you will definitely have a good harvest, General Bailey explained. With that said, Han Yunxi instantly understood. So it was the winter hunt. Although she had never seen it before, she had heard of it. If one was lucky and chose the right location, catching hundreds of thousands of caddies of fish would not be a problem. Moreover, it could be frozen on the spot to ensure freshness. If they could really catch a batch of fish, not only would the disaster victims not go hungry, they would also be able to eat meat. Han Yunxi couldn't help but look forward to Emperor Tianhui's expression when he found out. She looked at Long Fei. "Your Highness is wise." Long Fei held her hand, and under the guidance of General Bailey, they boarded the warship. "Have you found all the fishermen?" Long Fei asked. The illusory sea lake on Fishery Island was vast and boundless. Although there were countless schools of fish at the bottom of the lake, it was impossible to find the right spot to break through the ice. Usually, it was up to the fishermen who went out to sea to find the right spot. Although they often failed, they had a better chance than the average fisherman. "Your Highness, my daughter Mingxiang is a professional and has come to serve you." As soon as General Bailey finished speaking, Bailey Mingxiang hurried out of the cabin. She was draped in thick foxfur robes, but her body was still very weak. She looked like a gust of wind would topple her over. With her head bowed, she strode forward and curtsied. "Bailey Mingxiang greets Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei." Han Yunxi was very surprised. She never expected to see Bailey Mingxiang here. She always assumed that it would be at least half a year before she could see her again. She was even worried that Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't be able to make it through. "She knows how to?" Long Fei was clearly surprised as well. She's always been curious and pondered. She's also been to Fishery Island a few times and is more experienced than the fishermen there. "As soon as I heard that Your Highness was going out to sea, I brought her here. General Bailey was the one who explained. Bailey Mingxiang was so respectful that she didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Long Feiyi. Can her body take it? Long Feiyi asked again. Bailey Mingxiang's heartbeat quickened at these words. Although she knew that His Highness didn't just care about her body, she was still satisfied. Even if it was the only sentence she heard in this lifetime, she would be satisfied. At least, she used to be. General Bailey was still the one who answered. She can take it. It's her honor to serve your highness. Long Feiyi nodded. Go back to the cabin and rest. Thank you, your highness, Bailey Mingxiang finally spoke. She had waited and longed for a long time. Finally, she had a chance to speak with His Highness Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, she didn't even dare to look at him. She was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to look away. She was afraid that if she did, she would feel uneasy. She was afraid that if she did, she would reveal traces of her love for him. Her heart was filled with panic and reluctance, but in the end, she bowed her head and took a few steps back before turning to leave. Han Yunxi saw all of this with her sharp eyes. She noticed that Bailey Mingxiang's hands were trembling the entire time. She had wanted to call out to Bailey Mingxiang, but considering that the wind was strong here and that she was so afraid of Long Feiyi, she had no choice but to give up. After the ship set sail, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's warship took the lead, followed by a group of fishing boats. The warship took the lead, and the fishing boats prepared to bring back the fish. Han Yunxi, Long Feiyi, and General Bailey stood on the deck for a while before entering the cabin to find Bailey Mingxiang. When she entered the cabin, Bailey Mingxiang was huddled alone around the stove for warmth. Her entire body was curled up into a ball, giving off an inexplicable sense of desolation. When she saw Han Yunxi enter, she hurriedly stood up. Esteemed Wang Fei. What, you dare to raise your head? Han Yunxi asked with interest. Bailey Mingxiang smiled, but didn't say anything. Are you afraid of His Highness Duke of Qin? Han Yunxi was curious. She knew that everyone in General Bailey's estate was respectful and reverent towards Long Feiyi, but this was the first time she had seen someone as afraid as Bailey Mingxiang. I'm afraid, Bailey Mingxiang replied honestly. What are you afraid of? You're helping him raise Beauty's blood. You didn't do anything wrong, so why are your hands trembling? Han Yunxi asked suspiciously. Bailey Mingxiang was originally calm, but after hearing this, she immediately felt guilty. She hurriedly explained, Mingxiang is trembling because she's cold. You haven't had much contact with His Highness before, right? Han Yunxi asked as she pulled Bailey Mingxiang's hand over to take her pulse. In order to avoid suspicion, it's very rare. Bailey Mingxiang replied in a low voice. He's not that scary. If you see him in the future, raise your head. Don't act like a servant. Han Yunxi really couldn't stand Bailey Mingxiang's cowardly appearance. Bailey Mingxiang didn't want to say any more, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't bear to stop talking about this topic. His Highness naturally isn't afraid of esteemed Wang Fei, she said indifferently. Could it be that he's ruthless to all his subordinates? Han Yunxi didn't understand. His Highness only keeps useful people. He won't tolerate any disobedience or betrayal. Bailey Mingxiang was about to continue when she paused. Then she added, I heard everything from Father. His Highness has never used any servant girls. His only bodyguard is Chu Shifeng. That's true, Han Yunxi muttered to herself. That guy really doesn't have a single servant girl in his quarters. Is there anyone else? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Actually, she didn't know much about the Long Feiyi either. Bailey Mingxiang knew too much, but how could she dare to continue? Esteemed Wang Fei is the person closest to His Highness, so you should understand him best. What Mingxiang said is just hearsay. Close? That was hard to define. Han Yunxi only smiled wordlessly. She released Bailey Mingxiang's hand and said, You must have rushed about on this trip. News of His Highness going out to sea came suddenly, so I traveled day and night to get here. Bailey Mingxiang was speaking calmly now, but she'd never felt such wild joy in her life when she received news that she was going out to sea with His Highness Duke of Qin. It took her 3 days and 3 nights to calm herself down. She told herself that she could only succeed this time. She had to help His Highness find the fish-eye and break the ice to catch the fish. Good thing you didn't catch a cold, or else you'd be in big trouble. The sea winds are strong, so stay in the cabin and don't go out too often, Han Yunxi instructed. Bailey Mingxiang immediately nodded obediently. Thank you, esteemed Wang Fei. Han Yunxi knitted her brows and studied her closely, making Bailey Mingxiang flustered. Esteemed Wang Fei, what's wrong? You little girl, you don't care about your own life? Han Yunxi asked with interest. She had deliberately come here first because she thought that Bailey Mingxiang would anxiously ask her if she found the antidote, but who would have thought that this girl wouldn't even mention it? Have you seen Through Life and Death? Han Yunxi asked in a teasing tone. Bailey Mingxiang's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She had been too excited, so much so that she had forgotten about her own life and death. On the way here, even today, her mind was filled with thoughts of traveling with His Highness and whether or not she would have a chance to speak with His Highness. Bailey Mingxiang was still smart. She lowered her head. Esteemed Wang Fei, good news is not afraid of being late, bad news. It's fine if you don't want to hear it. Han Yunxi gave a sigh. Relax. Although there's no good news, there's no bad news either. I'm still thinking about it. It's been hard on esteemed Wang Fei. Bailey Mingxiang secretly let out a sigh of relief. She could not imagine what the consequences would be if the Princess Consort were to find out about her love for His Highness one day. They had traveled on the sea for 5 days and 5 nights. Bailey Mingxiang had used her weak body as an excuse to not leave the cabin. If she had known this would happen, why would she have waited so long? But even so, she did not regret it. When the warship was about to dock at Fishery Island, General Bailey suddenly noticed a warship similar to theirs not far away. General Bailey looked carefully and was shocked when he saw it. Your Highness, it's the Northernly Imperial family's warship. Fishery Island was surrounded by a wide expanse of shoals, so there was only one port where they could anchor close to it. Not to mention the fight for the fish-eye on the island, they would have to fight for this port. Northernly Imperial family? Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 398. The fishing season on Fishery Island was long and the new year had just begun. Long Fei Ye's group was already considered early, but they didn't expect Northernly's Imperial clan to show up as well. Northernly was a nomadic country, so fish wasn't even considered a supplementary food in their diet. What was the Imperial clan doing here on New Year's Eve? Who was this member of the Imperial clan? There was only one harbor on Fishery Island, located to the west of the island. It was a very small harbor, but judging by the size of the warships on both sides, the first one to pass through would leave the other with no choice but to watch. Currently, Long Fei Ye's warship was southwest of the harbor, while the Northernly Imperial clan's warship was northwest of it. Both sides were roughly the same distance from the harbor. Both sides were still quite far apart and had yet to meet each other. No one knew who the other was, but the scent of smoke and fire had long spread across the surface of the sea. There was only one harbor, so anyone who didn't want their ships to stop outside had to seize it. If they wanted to snatch the port, the only thing they could rely on was speed. However, there were many factors that affected speed on the sea. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi, and General Bailey stood at the bow of the ship, staring at the enemy warship in the distance. They were still hoisting their sails. Ships relied on both manpower and the wind to travel on the sea. The sails were used to borrow the wind's power. Generally speaking, a ship would hoist its sails when they set out and fold them when they reached the harbor. They were about to enter the harbor, but the other side was still hoisting their sails. Wasn't it a little too obvious that they were trying to outdo each other? It looks like they're set on competing, Han Yunxi remarked. Your Highness, the wind's picking up. They're sailing with the wind. General Bailey might not have any experience in naval warfare, but he had plenty of experience at sea. For the sake of forming Tianing's navy, he'd once spent 2 to 3 years at sea on a fishing boat. He was quite familiar with the weather and ocean currents at sea. Judging from the current situation, Northern Lee's warships were in a favorable position. "Pass down my orders to advance at full speed," Long Fei ordered. Long Fei was not afraid even though he did not have the geographical advantage. He was determined to win this trip to Fishery Island, so he had long prepared for it. As soon as General Bailey gave the order, the number of oarsmen on both sides of the warship immediately increased from the original 20 to 30. The strength of the warship instantly increased by half. Even a layman like Han Yunshi could feel that the warship was accelerating. "General Bailey, I didn't expect you to have so many oarsmen hidden away." Han Yunshi looked to the side with interest. She discovered that the rowers were all burly men with strong arms. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this humble subject has yet to introduce it to you. This warship is called the Imperial Boat, and it is the head of the Bailey Navy's warship." There was no need for further introductions. Just the words, "head of the warships," were enough to explain everything. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. "So domineering. The rest will depend on your performance." Long Fei Ye's warship did not accelerate, but once it did, it immediately overtook the Northernly warship. The master of the Northernly warship could not sit still. He quickly walked out of the cabin and looked at the other side. "Why are they suddenly so fast?" "Master, they must be having trouble. They must have sent more oarsmen, that's all," the boatman quickly replied. The master was filled with disdain as he coldly snorted and said, "How can human strength compete with heavenly strength? Overestimating yourself. Come, raise all the sails for this king. Full speed ahead." The boatman immediately moved and quickly raised all the large and small sails. As soon as the sails were raised, the wind became even stronger, whistling through the air. The master walked to the deck with large strides, allowing the wind behind him to mess up his hair and robe. "This wind came at the right time. The heavens are helping me." He loudly laughed, looking very wild and arrogant. The wind blew the sails, and with a spurt of energy, it was like the ship was being pushed by a pair of invisible hands. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it headed straight for the harbor. Long Fei and Han Yunshi stood side by side at the bow of the ship. Both husband and wife had their hands behind their backs as they looked coldly at the approaching warship, not saying a word. "Come, add 20 oarsmen and increase the speed." General Bailey made a prompt decision. As soon as he finished speaking, 20 oarsmen were added to the left and right wings of the warship. As a result, there were 50 oarsmen on each wing, making a total of 100. Who said that human strength could not win against the heavens? These 100 oarsmen, 100 large oars, moved in unison with a shio 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 sound. The sound of drums, the sound of waves, the 100 oarsmen, sonorous and powerful, their morale unstoppable. The warship moved forward at full speed, matching the speed of the Northernly warship. The two of them were rushing head-on, fighting to be the first to reach the harbor. For a moment it was hard to tell who was faster or slower. "Master, their oarsmen are too amazing," the boatman reported in shock. "How many?" The master, who was determined to win, was very surprised. "I can't see them yet, but with their strength, we'll be in danger as soon as the wind stops." The boatman was very worried. Their oarsmen were already doing their best. As soon as they lost the advantage of the wind, the outcome would be clear. The master glared at the boatman, who immediately shut his mouth. The two ships moved side by side as they drew closer and closer to the harbor. The tension on the surface of the sea grew heavier and heavier. The master's gaze hardened as he personally flew to the stern of the ship and grabbed the drumsticks to hit the drum 3 times. "All of you, listen well to your lordship. Use all your strength and move forward at full speed. Once we reach the harbor, your lordship will reward you handsomely." As soon as he finished speaking, morale soared. He personally hit the drums to cheer them on. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm was rapid, and the oarsmen followed the rhythm, rowing with all their might. They already had the advantage of the wind, but now that morale was boosted, the speed of the ship increased by another level. The master beat the drums as he glanced at the other side, his lips quirked up in a cold, disdainful smile. He knew who was on Tianing's ship. This time, he wanted that man to taste the taste of defeat. Northern Li's side had already sent their personal attendants into battle, while Tianing's side, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were still watching with folded arms. They stood at the prow of the ship and watched as their opponents gradually overtook them. Husband and wife were completely indifferent to the situation. Even General Bailey, who was waiting on the sidelines, had stopped moving. Did they have no other way? For a very long time, their speed remained the same, and there was no sign of it increasing. The disdain on the Northernly master's lips grew thicker and thicker before he laughed wildly. "Someone come, speed up for your lordship. Your lordship wants them to lose to the end." Morale was high as the drums beat against the skies. Although they couldn't increase their speed, they still had a fierce momentum that was unstoppable. As expected, the distance between the two sides quickly increased. Northern Li's ship was very close to the harbor, while Tianing's was still some distance away. There was no longer any suspense about victory or defeat. The Northern Li master was so engrossed in the sound of the drums that he couldn't even stop. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Unexpectedly, when Northern Li's ship was only 100 meters away from the harbor, Long Feiyi spoke up. "Even if you do your best, this is all you've got." General Bailey gave a soft snort before issuing orders. "All oarsmen, get to your positions." As soon as he spoke, the two sides of the ship lowered their wings. Very soon, a large group of oarsmen filled up the empty spaces on the wings. There were at least 100 people on both sides now. Including the oarsmen from before, the ship now had 200 oarsmen. 100 on each side, they were all rowing in unison. This speed was enough to go against the wind. Like an arrow leaving its bow, the ship shot forward. What did it mean to advance at top speed? What did it mean to be unstoppable? This was it. Tianing's warship was like a black horse that suddenly galloped forward and easily caught up with Northern Li's warship within 100 meters of the harbor. As soon as they caught up, the two sides saw each other clearly. Long Feiyi immediately spotted Jun Yixie standing at the stern of the ship beating the drums. As expected, Jun Yixie was the only person in Northern Li's imperial clan who could sail to Fishery Island on New Year's Eve. Jun Yixie stopped beating the drums and raised his chin to look over. He didn't meet Long Feiyi's gaze for long before he looked towards Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi's phoenix eyes had long narrowed into slits as they emanated a murderous aura. "Jun Yixie, long time no see." 6 pairs of eyes met, brimming with killing intent. Tianing's warship sped past Northern Li's warship with overwhelming momentum, heading straight for the harbor. Only now was victory decided. Long Feiyi's victory was complete. Jun Yixie stared fixedly at them, his hands clenched into fists. He really couldn't accept this, but there was no chance left. As soon as Northern Li's oarsmen saw the 200 or so oarsmen on either side of Tianing's warship, they were so stunned that they stopped and forgot to row. This was the first time they'd seen such a magnificent fleet of oarsmen at sea. As it turned out, the other side hadn't been using their full strength all this time. Had they been watching them make fools of themselves? Jun Yixie couldn't accept this, but he also had to re-evaluate his opponent's strength. Northern Li's warships might look like warships, but they were just fancy and impractical. They were raised for the imperial clan to play around on the seas, but Tianing's warship was a real warship. Jun Yixie felt humiliated as he muttered to himself, "Your Highness Duke of Kong, when did Tianing raise a navy?" By now, Tianing's warship had already docked at the harbor and occupied the entire harbor. If he hadn't seen the strength of Tianing's warships, Jun Yixie might have blocked the entrance to the harbor and confronted Long Feiyi. But the current situation would only lead to his death. He'd spent so much effort but failed to seize the harbor, and even lost his prestige to Long Feiyi. Although he felt sullen, this wasn't the main reason he'd come here. The real contest would have to wait until they reached Fishery Island. Someone come, drop the anchor and stop the ship. After giving the order, he prepared to use his lightness techniques to fly over the harbor and onto the island. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi had already drawn his sword and aimed it at him from the prow of Tianning's warship. Long Feiyi had never forgotten how he'd kidnapped Han Yunxi in Tianning. Although he hadn't come knocking on his door, how could he let him off so easily now that he'd run into him? Jun Yixie gave him a cold, disdainful look, full of provocation. Han Yunxi had poisoned his shoulder, and Han Yunxi had accused him of colluding with Duanmu Yao in front of everyone in Medical City. Then she'd planted Gu in Long Tianma. He'd always remembered all of these. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten about the poison beast or the white-robed man from the Shadow Clan. Over the past few days, the northernly imperial princes had been nipping at his heels, while Medical City was keeping a close eye on the 100 Poisons sect. He couldn't free himself to investigate these matters, but he'd sent people to investigate in secret. He hadn't planned on meeting Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi so soon, but since they'd run into each other today, it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect his plans. Chapter 399. Long Feiyi raised his sword and pointed it at Jun Yixie. This was the rhythm of a battle. Jun Yixie looked on coldly and fearlessly. Was this the rhythm of a battle? These two were the most famous of the 3 kings of Cloud Realm continent and were equally matched in terms of power. Long before Han Yunxi appeared, they were indeed equally matched in terms of strength. One was highly skilled in martial arts while the other was highly skilled in poison. The two of them restrained each other and were equally matched. However, Han Yunxi's appearance directly broke this balanced situation. With Han Yunxi's assistance, Long Feiyi was much less fearful of Jun Yixie's poison skills and increased his chances of victory by 30%. In a contest between experts, not to mention 30%, even a 50% chance of victory was very frightening. Thus, Jun Yixie had always lost to Long Feiyi's sword in the past year. If he didn't vent this anger on Han Yunxi, who else could he vent it on? In the confrontation between the 2 kings, Han Yunxi was the one with the most turbulent emotions. Her gaze was as cold as a blade as she stared fixedly at Jun Yixie. She wished she could cut this bastard into 1,000 pieces. Since they were on opposite sides, it was normal for them to fight. Even if it was a fight between a man and a woman, she wouldn't mind. However, Jun Yixie's actions were despicable. If the white-clothed gentleman hadn't risked his life to save her that day, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Originally, she still regarded Jun Yixie as a person of importance. But now, she completely looked down on him. She didn't want to bring up such a shameful matter. She also didn't want to cry endlessly and complain to Long Feiyi for pity. She only knew that once Long Feiyi made a move, she would definitely assist him with all her strength. Towards a bastard like Jun Yixie, there was no need to talk about principles. Long Feiyi's sword trembled with a clang and the sword whistled fiercely. Soon, the sword turned into a shadow, and so did the man. After a few illusions in the sky, he went straight for Jun Yixie. There was still some distance between the two boats. Han Yunxi wished that she knew martial arts so that she could follow Long Feiyi. Unfortunately, she did not. However, she was not discouraged. She focused all her attention on Jun Yixie. While she was on guard against him using poison, she was also looking for an opportunity to use it. Duke of Qin, long time no see. Won't you chat for a bit? Jun Yixie seemed arrogant, but he still avoided the question. You are not qualified to talk to me. In terms of arrogance, who could be as arrogant as Long Feiyi? He was not foolish enough to chase after the enemy's ship. Instead, He stood in the air above the sea and slashed out with his long sword. His sword chi was like a rainbow, heading straight for Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie immediately dodged. Long Feiyi quickly realized that Jun Yixie was not prepared to fight. Instead, he kept dodging. There must be a trap here. What? Long time no see. Has Northern Li's Duke of Kong become a coward? Long Feiyi questioned. Jun Yixie's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, but he did not answer. He leaned to the side to avoid the sword and unexpectedly dove into the water. This, sure enough, he's a coward. Long Feiyi snorted disdainfully. His cold eyes watched every movement on the surface of the sea. Unfortunately, Jun Yixie had already dove very deep and could not be seen. Bailey, be on guard! Long Feiyi shouted. General Bailey naturally understood. When fighting on the sea, the scariest thing was that someone would sneak up on a ship from the bottom of the sea. This was the most difficult to guard against, and also the most fatal. Han Yunxi also closely watched the sea. Although she might not be able to poison such a vast sea, and Jun Yixie also could not do it, she still wanted to be cautious. General Bailey sent divers to protect the warship. Fighting underwater was very restrictive. Even an expert like Jun Yixie might not be able to withstand the divers. Time passed slowly. Jun Yixie did not have any trace of him. It seemed that he had really escaped. However, this was not his style. No matter what Jun Yixie wanted to do, Long Feiyi did not have the patience to accompany him. The monk could run away, but the temple could not. His sharp gaze swept across the sea before landing on Northern Li's warship. Let's see if Jun Yixie can still come out after I destroy it. But before Long Feiyi could make his move, a man dressed in embroidered robes walked out from one of the ship's pavilions. He was only in his early 20s, but had a graceful bearing and heroic air about him. He was dressed in white robes trimmed with gold, and his every movement exuded an air of nobility that was impossible to ignore. He looked cultured and refined, but his eyes shone with the shrewdness of a businessman. Your Highness Duke of Qin, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. He cupped his hands in greeting. Ouyang Ning Nua, Long Feiyi was surprised. He never expected to run into this fellow on Jun Yixie's ship. Han Yunxi's expression turned complicated at Long Feiyi's words. Although she didn't recognize the man before her, she had long heard of his name. Ouyang Ning Nua was the head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. He looked cultured and refined, but was actually a shrewd and treacherous man. He controlled many of Cloud Realm Continent's economic lifelines and could directly affect a nation's economy. For example, Medicine City's medicine trade seemed to be controlled by the three great clans, but that wasn't the case at all. If Ouyang Ning Nua was unhappy, 2/3 of Medicine City's medicine would go unsold. Rumors had it that Ouyang Ning Nua had bribed many members of the Medical Academy and the three great clans to get a hand in the trade between Medicine City and Medical City. Moreover, the trade between Tianning and Western Zhou at the border wasn't controlled by the Commander-in-Chief's estate. The true controller was this fellow, who had more skills than the Commander-in-Chief's estate to establish relationships between the various tribes. Rumors had it that Ouyang Ning Nua had a share of the profits from Cloud Realm Continent's two largest black markets as well. Leaving aside the truth of those rumors, his status as the head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was already impressive enough. He was a man that all powers had to give him some respect. Why was he traveling with Jun Yixie? Did he come to Fishery Island for the sake of the fishing season as well? I'm indebted to Your Highness Duke of Qin for remembering my humble name. It's truly an honor of 3 lifetimes, Ouyang Ning Nua said modestly. Long Feiyi didn't buy it. Cold, he asked, since when did Cloud Realm Trade Consortium become the lackey of Northern Li's imperial clan? Ouyang Ning Nua didn't lose his temper, but patiently explained, Your Highness Duke of Qin, this one is simply cooperating with the Duke of Kong on a business deal. I ask that Your Highness give Cloud Realm Trade Consortium some face. If Your Highness has any personal grudges with the Duke of Kong, please settle them later. Long Fei Yi and Ouyang Ning Nua had no enmity between them. They even had some private business dealings, so it was hard for Long Fei Yi to refuse the man's request for face. Of course, Long Fei Yi wasn't an idiot. Cold, he asked, "What, has Cloud Realm Trade Consortium set their sights on my Tianning's famine trade as well?" He got straight to the point. Most smart people would only see that Ouyang Ning Nua and Jun Yixie were working together to fish on Fishery Island, but Long Fei Yi saw through their schemes at a glance. These two people came to fish, one was not in need, and the other was not interested. They must be here for business. Of the three nations of Cloud Realm Continent, only Tianning's citizens liked to eat fish. Now that they were suffering from famine, Ouyang Ning Nua was planning to catch fish and sell them to Tianning's imperial court. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, there's freedom to trade. If there's grain to buy, I'm sure Emperor Tianhui and you will be more than happy to spend silver for the sake of the famine victims. Fishing on Fishery Island is free as well. Only the capable can get what they want. Your Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't want to use force to take over the island, would you? If word got out, it'd be a disgrace to your illustrious name." Look, Ouyang Ning Nua's words were so pleasant to hear. It was clearly a shameless business, but it was crowned with such a dignified reason, making everything sound very reasonable. If Long Fei Yi refused to budge, wouldn't that mean he was using Jun Yixie's personal grudge as an excuse to take over Fishery Island? Han Yunxi's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Her first impression of this Ouyang Ning Nua was shameless. Although Long Fei Yi was staring at Ouyang Ning Nua without replying, Han Yunxi knew that she still had to give him face. After all, the other party was Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Especially since they were working together with Jun Yixie, it'd be even harder to offend them. Once they did, they'd be pushing Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's power and influence to Jun Yixie's side. Han Yunxi was a calm and collected woman through and through. Of course, she was an exception when it came to Long Fei Yi. While Long Fei Yi was hesitating, a figure suddenly jumped out of the water and landed on the shore of Fishery Island. It was none other than Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie wiped away the water on his face with a disdainful smile. "Long Fei Yi, for the sake of Sir Ouyang, your lordship will set aside our personal grudges for now. We'll fight another day." This fellow is clearly provoking Long Fei Yi on purpose. Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes at him with a dangerous expression, but he didn't make a move. He was a calm and collected man through and through. He was well aware of the rules forbidding martial arts on Fishery Island. Since Jun Yixie was already on the island, he couldn't make a move for now. Breaking the rules was immoral and would be cursed by the world. There were plenty of chances to deal with Jun Yixie in the future, so he wasn't in a rush. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him after he caught all the fish. "Fine, Ouyang Ningnu. Your lordship will give you face." Long Fei Yi happily sheathed his sword and returned to the ship. "Many thanks to your Highness Duke of Qin." Ouyang Ningnua was still as gentle and courteous as ever. After switching to a smaller boat, Ouyang Ningnua brought a group of attendants onto the island. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi, and the Bailey father-daughter pair were all on board as well. Although they'd given Ouyang Ningnua face, there was no such thing as face on the island. Just like what was said just now, the fish on Fishery Island belonged to those who were capable. For example, there was no point in wasting words on finding the fisheye. Strength spoke louder than words. "Ming Xiang, you're under a lot of pressure," Han Yunxi murmured. She wasn't joking. Ouyang Ningnua had already admitted that he wanted to catch some fish to sell to Tianning's disaster victims. If they really did find the fisheye first and caught all the fish, Long Fei Yi and Tianning country would lose all face. Leaving aside the fact that the disaster areas needed the fish, the current situation meant that they had to win this battle. Failure was not an option. Bailey Mingxiang understood the weight of the responsibility as well, but she was still confident. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. I'll definitely do my best. Both groups settled down on the beach. Jun Yixie's attitude was haughty, while Ouyang Ningnua remained refined and courteous. Your Highness Duke of Qin, many thanks for your understanding, he said. We'll be leaving first. Since he'd already given way, Long Feiyi nodded his head openly. Once Jun Yixie's group was far away, Long Feiyi said, Bailey Mingxiang, lead the way. Chapter 400. Yuzhou Island was a rather magical place. The entire island was circular in shape, with a circle of woods behind the beach. Behind the woods was the most magical place on Yuzhou Island, the illusory sea lake. Bailey Mingxiang, who was wrapped in a thick fox fur robe, led the way. She had studied the fish eyes in the illusory sea lake and had been here several times. She knew where to find them. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi walked behind Bailey Mingxiang. Long Feiyi had held Han Yunxi's hand for some reason. It seemed to have become a habit. General Bailey followed behind with a group of fishermen and attendants. The group walked through the beach and into the wood. It's really strange. It's clearly the middle of winter, but the plants here are lush and green. Why is the lake water frozen over? Han Yunxi asked curiously. The island was located in the north, so it was normal for the lake to freeze in winter. However, she didn't expect to see such a lush forest. Han Yunxi found that her geographical knowledge couldn't explain this situation at all. Bailey Mingxiang was about to answer, but Long Feiyi spoke first. This entire island is an abnormal place. Well, this sentence could explain everything that didn't make sense. It's as good as not saying anything. Han Yunxi dared to mutter, but she didn't dare to let Long Feiyi hear her. However, she could accept it after thinking about it carefully. After all, there were many inexplicable contradictions in geography. As they walked, Han Yunxi gathered the collar of her robes together as she felt cold. When they were on the island, they felt that the temperature didn't change except that the wind was a little stronger. However, the closer they got to the center of the island, the lower the temperature was. Long Feiyi sensed Han Yunxi's movement. He asked in a low voice, Are you cold? I'm fine. Han Yunxi's fox fur robe was enough. Her palms were warm. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. He pulled her into his arms. Once she was close to him, Han Yunxi did not feel cold at all. This guy's personality was so cold and aloof, but his body was warm and comfortable. How cold is this illusory sea lake? Han Yunxi asked curiously. The entire lake has been frozen since the second half of the year. The ice is 3 feet thick, and the water that is sprinkled on the surface of the lake will freeze immediately. Therefore, the fish that are caught can be frozen on the spot. It won't be a problem to keep them fresh for half a year. The one who answered was still Long Feiyi. Everyone who followed His Highness Duke of Qin knew that the reticent His Highness Duke of Qin often spoke to esteemed Wang Fei. So convenient. No wonder you want to come here to look for food. Fishery Island wasn't very far from Tianning's 3 disaster zones, so they could take advantage of the spring chill to send the frozen fish over in batches. There was no problem with the freshness of the fish. Fish meat could be eaten fresh or preserved. It could also be eaten with vegetables, weeds, and a limited amount of rice as a staple food to save on the use of rice. To the disaster victims, this was definitely a form of enjoyment. The more Han Yunxi thought about it, the more she looked forward to it. She wished she could send a boatload of fish back immediately to make the people happy and Emperor Tianhui feel stifled again. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the chill of the illusory sea lake. As it brushed past her face, she felt an indescribable prickle. It was getting colder and colder. Can you take it? Long Feiyi asked. The person in his arms was not a delicate flower to begin with. Moreover, she had his protection, so how could she not take the cold? I'm fine. Han Yunxi felt warm inside. Bailey Mingxiang walked in front, his hands wrapped in fur robes as he led the way with his head bowed. He listened to the conversation behind him as he led the way. Amidst the silence, a sour feeling uncontrollably surged into his heart. She was the one who was truly cold. With such a weak body, she feared nothing more than cold evil. She was right in front of His Highness Duke of Chine, but he still couldn't see her. She'd always stayed at home in the Bailey estate to sell her life for His Highness, but he'd never spared her a glance. Now she was right in front of him, fighting with her life on the line. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see her. Whether she was here or not, he was still the same. Thus, whether she fought or not, his heart was the same. Because she understood this principle all too well, she'd always remained silent and never fought for anything. If you couldn't get what you wanted, it would only make you despair. The closer they got to the illusory sea lake, the stronger the wind became. Bailey Mingxiang had already curled up into a ball when a sudden warmth enveloped him from behind. Bailey Mingxiang instinctively looked back, only to see Han Yunxi had already reached his side and draped a large woolen cloak over his shoulders. "I don't think your fox fur robe is enough," Han Yunxi said as she covered Bailey Mingxiang's icy ears with her hands. After warming them up, she helped him put on the fur hood. "I wanted to let you be cold for a while so you could get used to the temperature. I was afraid that your body wouldn't be able to take the cold when you reach the illusory sea lake. Now it seems that I'd better put on some clothes first." After putting on the hood, Han Yunxi seriously tied the belt around Bailey Mingxiang's neck, wrapping her up tightly, leaving only her eyes and nose exposed. Bailey Mingxiang looked at her serious expression and pursed his lips, unable to speak for a long time. She thought that she had been forgotten, but it turned out that she hadn't. Han Yunxi had always been paying attention to her. This woman was clearly younger than her by a few years, but she took care of her like an older sister. Bailey Mingxiang suddenly felt so warm that she wanted to cry. She was the youngest daughter in the Bailey family and had several older sisters. But today, she realized that this was what it felt like to have an older sister. Tears welled up in Bailey Mingxiang's eyes. Afraid that she would be seen, she quickly got up and lowered her head. "Thank you, Princess Consort." "You're welcome. Let's go. You can't fall sick." Han Yunxi took Bailey Mingxiang's arm, hoping that her body heat could provide some warmth to the pitiful woman. Bailey Mingxiang was both grateful and apprehensive. His Highness Duke of Qin must be watching them right now. Long Fei Yi was indeed watching them, but he was thinking about the beauty's blood instead. That would definitely help Han Yunxi with her research on the perplexing butterfly illusion. Seeing that esteemed Wang Fei wasn't by His Highness's side, General Bailey stepped forward. "Your Highness, this soldier really doesn't understand why Ouyang Ningnua would hook up with Jun Yixie. Although Ouyang Ningnua is a merchant who can be made friends with anything that benefits him, he wouldn't go so far as to partner up with Jun Yixie if he's only here to fish, right?" General Bailey's concerns were the same as Long Fei Yi's. "I'm afraid the two of them have other shady dealings behind their backs. Your Highness, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is such a powerful organization. We can't just let Jun Yixie have it for free," General Bailey said urgently. Long Fei Yi knew this better than anyone else. His concession just then hadn't been for nothing. "You don't need to worry about that. Your lordship knows what to do," Long Fei Yi said simply. He'd started investigating Ouyang Ningnua a few years ago when they'd met at the border. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's group headed towards the illusory sea lake, while Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua led a group of fishermen through the forest. Ouyang Ningnua was the one who'd approached Jun Yixie on his own accord this time. At first, Jun Yixie was overwhelmed by the favor, but also on his guard. Later, he found out that Ouyang Ningnua had a few horse deals seized by the northernly border guards and needed his help. Only then did he let down his guard. News of Long Fei Yi's disaster relief efforts had spread like wildfire throughout Tianning. Jun Yixie had long been keeping tabs on the news and guessed that Ouyang Ningnua would target the fish. Coincidentally, Ouyang Ningnua had plenty of experts who could find fish eyes. The two of them went back and forth until they discussed some conditions before heading off together. Jun Yixie helped Ouyang Ningnua deal with the seized horse deals, while Ouyang Ningnua helped him find the fish eyes and catch the fish. Jun Yixie was determined to get his hands on the fish. He was planning to use them to trade for the antidote with Han Yunxi. Even if he bumped into Long Fei Ye's group, it wouldn't affect his plans at all. After all, Ouyang Ningnua's men weren't just freeloaders. No one else in the world was more familiar with the location of fish eyes than Ouyang Ningnua's fishermen. His Highness Duke of Kong and Duke of Qin seemed to have a deep enmity. Ouyang Ningnua asked with a smile. He knew that the two kings had always been enemies, but he didn't expect them to fight as soon as they met. Jun Yixie sneered and didn't say anything. As the wind blew in his face, he unconsciously clutched his arm tightly and revealed a pained expression. His arm had been poisoned by Han Yunxi, and it still hadn't been cured. The colder the weather, the more severe the pain. It was like rheumatism that made people feel helpless and helpless. Although he was very good at controlling himself, there were times when he couldn't control himself. He had never been able to figure out what kind of poison it was, but based on his experience, the pain would only get worse and worse. In the end, his entire arm would probably be crippled. He had to detoxify the poison first, then slowly play with Han Yunxi. Once the matter of the poisonous beast was made public, it would be enough for Han Yunxi to suffer. Seeing that Jun Yixie didn't answer, Ouyang Ningnua didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he began to care about Han Yunxi. I heard that Qin Wangfei is a poison expert? Haha, you'll know if she's an expert after you try it. Jun Yixie was in a good mood and teased him. Ouyang Ningnua laughed and shook his head. He seemed to be in a good mood as well. From the looks of it, the two of them were very confident in finding the fisheye. The fishermen led the way, and they soon arrived at the illusory sea lake. Unfortunately, as soon as they exited the forest, they saw Long Fei Yi arrive at the lakeside not too far away. The illusory sea lake was a large, circular lake. There were more than 1,000 different kinds of fish in the lake. Even though the surface of the lake was frozen, the water below was still flowing, and the fish could survive normally. Any hole in the ice would attract a large number of fish to the surface to breathe. The so-called fisheye was a specific spot on the ice. Once it was cut open, it would attract a large number of fish to gather. Fisheyes were of different sizes, and the fish attracted by them were also of different sizes. It wasn't easy to find a fisheye. Only professionals would be able to find one. Even professionals would only find small fisheyes. Finding a medium fisheye was already very difficult. According to the records of Fishery Island, no one had ever found a large fisheye. It was said that once a large fisheye was found, all the fish in the entire illusory sea lake would be caught. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi soon spotted Jun Yixie and the others. Enemies truly were bound to meet on a narrow road. Bailey Mingxiang was already wearing a second cloak, but she was still shivering from the cold. However, she didn't hesitate to step onto the ice. Your Highness, this area is where the fish are most concentrated. It's also where the fisheyes are the most concentrated. Although she was afraid and nervous, this was an important matter, so she still took it seriously. Although the number of fisheyes was uncertain, it was best to find them first. The more they found, the more they could catch. I'll leave it to you. Long Fei Ye's attention was completely focused on Jun Yixie. He was cold. Jun Yixie was also looking at Long Fei Yi. Young Master Ouyang, have your men attack together. Chapter 401. The illusory sea lake was completely silent. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's group sat by the lakeside to warm themselves by the fire. In front of them, there was only Bailey Mingxiang standing on the ice. Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningrua were also sitting by the lakeside to warm themselves by the fire. In front of them stood a total of 10 fishermen. The two sides were less than 100 meters apart, but the disparity in strength was obvious. The two sides were facing each other. Although there was no verbal conflict between them, they were all paying close attention to each other. The smell of gunpowder had already spread across the ice. Whether it was Bailey Mingxiang or the 10 fishermen, every action was a contest between the two sides. Suddenly, one of the fishermen stomped on the ice. No one knew what he was hiding under his shoe, but with one stomp, a hole appeared in the ice. He stomped 3 times in a row and actually made a hole in the ice. Of course, it was impossible for him to step on a fish eye. However, the fish that had been deprived of oxygen for a long time still gathered. The fisherman took out a long spear and stabbed it. Once again, he raised the spear full of fish. There were at least 20 of them, and all of them were big fish. Hee, this prince is hungry. Jun Yixie was overjoyed. He took the spear and directly put it on the fire to roast. This was clearly a demonstration of his ability to eat fruit. Although anyone could cut through ice to fish, it was indeed an expert who could do it so quickly. If it were an ordinary person, it would take them half a day just to cut through the ice. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi looked on coldly and did not make a sound. Bailey Mingxiang was a very calm woman. She knew that this group of fishermen was not simple, but she was not afraid. Although there were many fish eyes, finding fish eyes was still a skill. It did not matter how many people there were, but how good they were. If she had to find a group of professional fishermen, she could find them. She turned to look at Han Yunxi and teased, "Esteemed Wang Fei, are you hungry? I see that some people have lost their appetite." "I'm not hungry. Let's begin." Han Yunxi smiled brilliantly. She was even calmer than Bailey Mingxiang. If the other side wanted to scare her with such a showy display, wasn't she looking down on her too much? General Bailey naturally had his reasons for only bringing Bailey Mingxiang with him. Yes, Bailey Mingxiang was delighted that esteemed Wang Fei trusted her so much. When she turned around, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards His Highness Duke of Qin. With just one glance, she saw his handsome face, his eyes that were as deep as the sea, and his heart that was frozen 3 feet deep. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, Mingxiang will definitely win this battle for you just for this one glance." Ignoring the other side's protests, Bailey Mingxiang crouched down to examine the surface of the ice. Her jade-like fingers tapped against the surface to listen for sounds, then stroked the ice with her fingers. Gradually, she immersed herself in the task and forgot about the cold. Unconsciously, she rolled up her sleeves and ran her bare arms across the surface of the ice. Even Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua found it boring that their provocations were ignored, to say nothing of the fishermen. "Start searching. We'll get a boat for each one we find." In all of Cloud Realm Continent, only Ouyang Ningnua could match His Highness Duke of Qin's generosity. His words were casual, but the fishermen were all over the place. Soon enough, all 10 of them began to search the ice with all their might. Everything seemed quiet, but a fierce contest had already begun. Jun Yixie rose to his feet and stood by the lake to study Bailey Mingxiang. Soon enough, Ouyang Ningnua came over as well and murmured, "This girl isn't simple." There had to be a reason why Long Feiyi had sent out such a sickly girl. "What, are you scared?" Jun Yixie retorted. Ouyang Ningnua only smiled wordlessly. 2 of his 10 fishermen were top-level experts who held the record for finding the most fish eyes on Fishery Island. Why would he be scared? Why would he do something that would cost him money? Jun Yixie stared at Bailey Mingxiang for a long time. The more he looked at Bailey Mingxiang, the more he felt that something was off. This sickly beauty didn't seem to be sick, but poisoned. Unfortunately, they were still some distance away, so he couldn't be sure. He was puzzled. What kind of poison did this woman have? Was it something that Han Yunxi couldn't cure? And how did she get poisoned? While Jun Yixie was puzzling over the situation, there was a sudden bang. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw one of the fishermen stabbing his spear into the ice, causing it to crack open. Could it be Jun Yixie was a layman, so he didn't understand what was going on? Ouyang Ningnua laughed heartily. "Old you, your skills have improved." The fisherman, Old Yu, laughed heartily. Master, you flatter me. What this old man found was merely a small fisheye. As Old Yu spoke, he pulled out his spear. The accumulated ice immediately cracked open, revealing a hole. The sound of water splashing was extremely loud, so one could only imagine how many fishes were swimming underneath. As soon as the fisheye was found, the fisherman at the side immediately came over to cast a net. They took out a flexible bamboo pole and inserted it into the fisheye, then casually cut a hole in the distance. With this method, it didn't take long for them to catch a sizable number of fish. So fast. You guys should take it easy. Don't catch all the fish. Jun Yixie laughed arrogantly as he walked over to take a look at the fisheye. Your Highness Duke of Kong, it's impossible to catch all the fish, but it's still possible to find all the fisheyes in this area. Old Yu chuckled. Then hurry up and find all the fisheyes. This prince will reward you handsomely if you can find all the fisheyes. Jun Yixie said loudly. Bailey Mingxiang naturally heard everything, but she didn't raise her head to look at the other party. She continued to search the surface of the ice. Behind her, Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi, and General Bailey didn't say a word as they waited patiently. Not long after, there was a sudden thump. Another fisherman had found a fisheye, and it was a small one. Men, cast the net. Jun Yixie waved his hand grandly, and a group of fishermen hurried over. After a while, there was another loud thump. A third fisheye appeared. Old Yu had found it again. Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua sat on the shore. Jun Yixie was casually munching on a grilled fish with an arrogant expression on his face. He kept looking at Long Fei Yi and the others with disdain. On the other hand, Ouyang Ningnua was smiling. He was very satisfied with the fishermen's performance. They had already begun to pull in the net for the first fisheye. It took a lot of effort for more than a dozen fishermen to pull in the net. The net broke through the ice and was filled to the brim with lively fish. Anyone who saw such a large number of fish would be envious. While the fishermen were busy harvesting, two other fishermen had found a fisheye at the same time. Two loud thump sounds rang out one after the other. Everyone was very excited to hear this. Even though there were still small fisheyes, they had already found 5. On the other hand, Bailey Mingxiang didn't find a single fisheye. One had to know that in an area with so many fisheyes, 5 fisheyes was already a lot. It was very likely that there were no more fisheyes left in this part of the lake. Long Fei Yi watched as the fisherman furiously pulled in the net. His gaze was even colder than the surface of the lake. It was so cold that no one dared to look at him for too long. Han Yunxi quietly watched Bailey Mingxiang. At this moment, Bailey Mingxiang was lying flat on the ice. Her ears were pressed against the ice as if she was listening to something. Han Yunxi didn't understand, but she knew that if this continued, Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The ice was very cold to begin with, and Bailey Mingxiang was working so hard. If they couldn't hold on, then no one would be looking for fisheyes anymore. It had to be said that General Bailey was getting a little anxious when he saw this. Even though he believed in his daughter's abilities, she was also very good at dealing with fishermen. He realized that he had underestimated the other party's strength. He hadn't expected to run into Jun Yixie either. He had thought that he could take his time looking for fisheyes with Mingxiang since they weren't in a rush anyway. He really wanted to ask Bailey Mingxiang to look for fisheyes in another part of the lake, but wouldn't that make them a laughingstock? What was the difference between that and losing? But if they didn't change locations and persisted, wouldn't his daughter be wasting her efforts and sacrificing her body for nothing if there really were no more fisheyes? Boom! There was a 6th explosion. It was that fisherman called Old Yu again, and it was still a small fisheyes. Finally, General Bailey couldn't remain calm. Your Highness, how about we change locations? I'm afraid Mingxiang's body won't be able to take it. She should know best whether or not we should change locations, Long Fei Yi said. Even though the other side was bustling with activity, he didn't bat an eyelid or panic. General Bailey was in a difficult position. His Highness didn't know Bailey Mingxiang's personality, but as her father, he did. His daughter had to put up a strong front and didn't want to lose any face for His Highness. With no other choice, General Bailey cast a pleading look towards Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was worried that Bailey Mingxiang's efforts would be in vain if she kept wasting her time. She'd end up harming her body and spoiling the bigger picture instead. Just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade her, Bailey Mingxiang, who was lying on the ice, suddenly stood up. Her face, red from the cold, was filled with pleasant surprise. She was so excited that she forgot herself and boldly looked into Long Fei Ye's cold eyes. She loudly said, "Your Highness, I found it. I found a medium fisheye." A medium fisheye. In that moment, everyone looked over, including Jun Yixie's large group of people. For experts, small fisheyes were easy to find, but medium fisheyes were hard to find. A medium fisheye was worth 10 small fisheyes. Good. Long Fei Yi looked at Bailey Mingxiang and gave her a single word. However, Bailey Mingxiang had given her a positive look, a look of affirmation. Bailey Mingxiang stood in place, so excited that she didn't know what to do. She'd done it. She'd finally done it. Apart from the beauty's blood, she'd also made him look at her a little longer and remember her a little longer. Chisel the ice and cast the net. Han Yunshi shouted. She coldly glanced at Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie and the others had made such a big commotion and found so many, but Mingxiang had found just one. What were they being so arrogant for? Men, quickly! General Bailey was overjoyed and excited. His daughter hadn't lost face for him or for His Highness Duke of Qin. Fortunately, they hadn't changed locations, or they would have suffered a huge loss. Jun Yixie fiercely tossed the grilled fish in his hand and stood up. Ouyang Ningnua, don't tell this prince that you're changing locations. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be a second medium fisheye within 100 meters of the first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the fisherman, Old Yu, suddenly shouted, "Master! Master, hurry over here! I found it! I found it!" Ouyang Ningnua's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed over. Jun Yixie was a little confused, but he hurried after him. This Old Yu found what? Chapter 402. While the crowd was still reeling from Bailey Mingxiang's discovery of the medium fisheye, the fisherman, Old Yu, began to shout like a madman. "I found it! Ah! I finally found it! After so many years, I've finally found it!" Ouyang Ningnua and Jun Yixie hurried over to where Old Yu was. The other fishermen also stopped to watch. What was going on with Old Yu? Could it be that he found a medium fisheye as well? Han Yunshi asked suspiciously. Impossible. Bailey Mingxiang immediately denied the possibility. Your Highness, there's no way a second medium fisheye would appear at such a close distance. 200 meters away, Old Yu was still shouting and waving his arms around. He was clearly very excited. Long Fei Yi asked seriously, "Are you sure?" Bailey Mingxiang met Long Fei Ye's cold and serious gaze. His heart was timid, but he was also determined. Your Highness, don't worry. Mingxiang is very sure that it's not a medium fisheye. Your Highness, I've waited so many years for a chance to stand in front of him and speak. How could I, Bailey Mingxiang, lie? Your Highness, I'm sure that the other party is just bluffing. Let's quickly cast the net and catch more fish, General Bailey advised. Long Fei Yi nodded, but his gaze was still fixed on Old Yu. Han Yunshi was also looking in that direction. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He wanted to explain himself, but Han Yunshi suddenly exclaimed, "That old thing couldn't have found a large fisheye, right? Your Highness, you're overthinking things." Ha ha. General Bailey laughed disdainfully. He had a good understanding of fisheyes. To him, Old Yu's words were nothing more than a joke. According to the records of Fishery Island, no one had ever found a large fisheye. It was said that if one could find the big fisheye, They could catch all the fish in the illusory sea lake. As I see it, the other party isn't bluffing. If there's no medium fisheye, then it can only be a large fisheye. Han Yunxi felt that something was off the more she looked at Ouyang Ning Noa and Jun Yixia's hasty movements. Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly explained, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you may not know this, but the large fisheye only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before." "Just because no one has seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist," Han Yunxi retorted seriously. Bailey Mingxiang was frightened by her cold aura and was speechless for a moment. General Bailey was a little displeased that his daughter was being questioned right after she had made a great contribution. He turned to Long Fei Yi and said, "Your Highness, you know about Yu Ye's situation." Han Yunxi was a little anxious, but she didn't want to argue about who was right or wrong. She was just worried that if the other party really did find a large fisheye, then everything would be over. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't in the mood to argue either. He had already told her the truth, but when she heard her father say this to His Highness Duke of Qin, she couldn't help but glance at Long Fei Yi. Esteemed Wang Fei didn't know much about fisheyes, but His Highness did. His Highness should know that she was right. The large fisheye was nothing more than a legend. She hadn't come here to look for a large fisheye just for the sake of finding one. She had thought it through thoroughly. She'd come to this area precisely because it was the most likely place to find a medium fisheye. In truth, she could have found a small fisheye faster than the other fishermen, but she'd given up on the small fisheye. She was determined to find a medium fisheye first. She was absolutely certain that there wouldn't be a second medium fisheye within a radius of 500 li in this area. Moreover, there would only be 7 or 8 small fisheyes at most, not 10. Not only did she want His Highness Duke of Qin to win, she also wanted him to win beautifully so that the other party wouldn't be able to surpass him. If esteemed Wang Fei brought up a large fisheye, wouldn't that mean that she'd lost? At this time, Ouyang Ningnuo and Jun Yixia had already arrived at Old Yu's side. Ouyang Ningnuo said something to Old Yu, but Old Yu stopped yelling and shouting. Jun Yixia also stopped being so arrogant. The three of them gathered together and said something. Before long, Ouyang Ningnuo summoned all the workers and fishermen. Long Fei Yi stared at them for a long time, a complicated look flashing through his eyes. He said indifferently, "Perhaps there really is a large fisheye. Your Highness, you know that's impossible. They lost, so they must have put on an act on purpose. It might have been a trap." General Bailey wasn't convinced. Bailey Mingxiang silently lowered his head. Although he didn't want to fight for anything, he still felt wronged. His Highness was clearly siding with esteemed Wang Fei. Long Fei Yi ignored General Bailey and continued to pay attention to Jun Yixia and the others. The fishermen had already begun to cast their nets, and there was a large pile of fishing nets on the side. The situation isn't good. Han Yunxi began to worry. General Bailey wanted to explain, but at this time, one of the fishermen who was casting his net suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, bad news! Bad news! What's going on?" Long Fei Yi immediately looked over. "Your Highness, the fish in the fisheye are retreating. There's no time to cast our net." The fisherman was both shocked and anxious. "How is that possible?" General Bailey was stunned. Bailey Mingxiang, on the other hand, had already rushed over in a panic. Once a fisheye was cut open, the fish would gather and never disperse. They would only increase in number. There was no way they were retreating. Could it be Bailey Mingxiang was so anxious that she almost fell over by the middle fisheye? The middle fisheye was supposed to be full of fish, but now there were only a few left to flop about in the water. Bailey Mingxiang's pale face became even paler. She didn't care about the cold as she looked at the edge of the fisheye and actually reached her hand in. "Bailey Mingxiang!" Han Yunxi loudly shouted. She quickly rushed over and pulled Bailey Mingxiang's hand out. The water in the fisheye was already on the verge of freezing. Was this woman crazy? Did she not want her hand? Did she not want her life? After she pulled out Bailey Mingxiang's hand, She immediately helped her up from the ice. Bailey Mingxiang allowed Han Yunxi to pull her. Her face was filled with despair as she muttered to herself, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Esteemed Wang Fei, I was very wrong." General Bailey rushed over and shook his head in shock. "It's a large fisheye. They really did find one. The legends were true. Once a large fisheye appeared, all the fish in the illusory sea lake would be caught. Once a large fisheye was cut open, all the fish in the small and medium fisheyes would be attracted to it. Controlling a large fisheye was equivalent to robbing them of other fishing opportunities." As they spoke, the fisherman reported, "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, the fish are almost all gone. What do we do?" Long Feiyi glanced at them, his handsome brows furrowed. At that moment, Jun Yixie's hearty laughter came from afar. "Why isn't that medium fisheye casting his net? His Highness Duke of Qin is rich and overbearing. He probably doesn't care for it and doesn't want it." "Tsk, what a pity," Ouyang Ningnua chimed in. "Haha, if he doesn't want the medium fisheye, what does he want?" Jun Yixie laughed impudently. The two of them echoed each other loudly on the ice. Everyone present heard them loud and clear. This was clearly a provocation. They'd found a large fisheye and purposely kept their composure until they'd snatched all the fish in the medium fisheyes away. How despicable! Long Feiyi narrowed his eyes and made a prompt decision. "Bailey Mingxiang, look for a large fisheye." Since large fisheyes existed, he refused to believe that there was only one. Bailey Mingxiang knew full well that her abilities were limited. Finding a large fisheye wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. The other party had more or less relied on luck to find one. It would be very, very difficult for her to find another one. Even if she didn't hold out much hope, she had to do her best since His Highness Duke of Qin had said so. Search. Even if she had to risk her life, she would do her best. Yes. Mingxiang obeys. Bailey Mingxiang did her best to ignore the cold and powerlessness in her body. She began to walk on the ice again, and quickly locked onto a spot. Then, she crawled on the ice and did her best to search. But time gradually passed. Jun Yixie had already reeled in his nets twice, and caught 2 large batches of fish, but Bailey Mingxiang still hadn't made a move. Long Feiyi knitted his brows. General Bailey grew impatient as he watched, while Han Yunxi grew worried. If this continued, Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't be able to hold on. But right now, their only hope was Bailey Mingxiang. What a contradiction! Now that the other party had occupied the big fisheye, it didn't matter if they had the manpower or resources to catch all the fish in the illusory sea lake. Even if they didn't do anything, it was enough to delay Tianning's disaster relief efforts. Before, they'd only been fighting for a bit of pride, but now they couldn't catch any fish at all. Bailey Mingxiang was growing anxious as well. She had lost all of her previous calm as her hands fumbled around on the ice. In the end, she lost her rhythm. She viciously slapped the surface of the ice, self-blame, anger, and unwillingness filling her heart, making it impossible for her to calm down. Long Feiyi saw all this and was about to speak when Han Yunxi said, "General Bailey, hurry and pull her up. It's not worth it to injure her body." General Bailey understood the words, "It's not worth it." Compared to disaster relief, Beauty's blood was more important. Long Feiyi didn't speak, which meant he'd tacitly agreed. General Bailey quickly went to pull the girl up, but Bailey Mingxiang refused to get up. "Father, give me a bit more time. I can hold on." "His Highness already told you to get up. Your body can't be forced, you know," General Bailey said helplessly. Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to look at Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. She tightly held General Bailey's hand. "Father, if I get up, His Highness will lose. He'll lose to Jun Yixie and the Emperor. I can't get up." "You have to know the severity of the situation." General Bailey had the ruthlessness of a soldier. He fiercely pulled Bailey Mingxiang up and pushed her to an attendant. "Bring the young miss to warm up by the fire. Look after her." Bailey Mingxiang couldn't resist at all. She passed by Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. She really wanted to say something, but she didn't have the strength to say anything. A sense of helplessness and desolation appeared in her heart. Bailey Mingxiang lowered her head and fell silent. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't the only one who felt helpless. Long Fei Yi and the others all felt the same way. Everyone looked at the bountiful harvest in the distance. They could be angry, but they couldn't do anything about it. Jun Yixie was extremely smug when he saw Bailey Mingxiang leave the lake. With the help of Ouyang Ningnua's fishermen, his plan was progressing very smoothly. He kicked a large fish that weighed more than 5 kilograms and sent it flying in front of Long Fei Yi. He laughed savagely and said, "Long Fei Yi, this prince will treat you to dinner." Long Fei Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. If it weren't for the fact that martial arts were prohibited on Fishery Island, how could he tolerate Jun Yixie's provocation? Fishing for disaster relief was no longer feasible. He had to think of another way. Han Yunxi was even more unwilling than Long Fei Yi. She was even more unwilling to retreat. She looked at the fish with its mouth wide open and thought of something. Chapter 403. The big fish that fell on the ice was already dead, its mouth wide open. This scene made Han Yunxi think of something: fishing. She wasn't very clear on what kind of bait the ancients used to fish, but she knew that modern people mostly used artificial bait. Artificial bait was often made with silk powder, snowflake powder, embryo bait, and other basic bait. Then, it was added with essence, Chinese medicine, fishy water, and dozens of other additives. For fish, this was definitely an irresistible delicacy. Before fishing, sprinkling some powder in the water would immediately attract a school of fish. It was a tried and tested 100 times. What if she used bait to attract a school of fish in the ice lake? She knew that the reason why the big fisheye could attract all the fish in the lake was because there was something other than oxygen inside to attract the fish. Otherwise, the big fisheye and the small fisheye could all break the ice and provide oxygen to the fish. Why would the fish all rush to the big fisheye? Han Yunxi didn't have time to think about the reasons behind this. She figured that with enough oxygen, these fish had to be hungry after being frozen in the lake for so long. Han Yunxi made a prompt decision. "Your Highness, send someone to break the ice. This concubine has a way." When these words came out, everyone looked over, including Bailey Mingxiang. Break the ice. Long Fei Yi didn't understand. Just find a place to break the ice and make a large circular hole. Han Yunxi explained in detail. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this is..." General Bailey couldn't help but ask. "Of course it's to cast a net to catch fish. With so many fish, I don't believe that I can't catch them all," Han Yunxi said with a smile. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this..." General Bailey didn't know what to say. This woman was really capricious. She didn't know the magic of the illusory sea lake and just randomly came up with ideas. Not to mention her carelessly breaking the ice. Even if she found a few more medium-sized fisheyes, it would be useless. Once the big fisheye appeared, everything would be over. General Bailey wanted to explain things to Han Yunxi, but Long Fei Yi immediately ordered, "Someone, do as Princess Consort says. Immediately break the ice." Long Fei Yi had never fought a battle he wasn't confident in, but he couldn't remember when he started to trust Han Yunxi unconditionally. He had agreed without even asking anything. Han Yunxi was not surprised that Long Fei Yi trusted her so much. She had long been used to his indulgence. Bailey Mingxiang and General Bailey both felt that Han Yunxi was fooling around. However, when she saw the confidence in Han Yunxi's eyes, she couldn't help but look forward to it. This woman had a kind of magical power that made people see hope in despair. Her confidence and calmness could illuminate the whole world. The fishermen went up together and used their professional chiseling axes. Bang! 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 Soon, the ice surface became lively. Jun Yixie looked over in disbelief. "They're actually chipping away at the ice? Whose idea was this? What are they trying to do?" Ouyang Ningnua was dumbfounded. Long Fei Yi was a respectable person. How could he allow such a stupid thing to happen? A cornered dog will do anything in desperation. Ha ha! Jun Yixie sneered. After fighting with Long Fei Yi so many times, this was the most satisfying. General Bailey couldn't help but laugh when he heard their mocking laughter. Your Highness, it's futile. You're being ridiculed. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He returned to the fire and sat down, warming himself leisurely. His eyes were downcast, making it impossible to tell whether he was anxious or not. What was he thinking? Han Yunxi sat to the side with her chin propped up on her hands. Her eyes were closed and she seemed to be resting. General Bailey was about to go crazy when he saw this. He couldn't help but recall what Aunt Ru of the Tang sect had said. His Highness was indulging this woman too much. One day she would make a mistake. The sky darkened and the fire was enlarged to illuminate the surface of the lake. Jun Yixie had already frozen several batches of fish. At this moment, he and Ouyang Ningnua were sitting around the fire and eating roasted fish. From time to time they would laugh heartily. It was clear that they were proud of their success. On Long Fei Ye's side, the fisherman had already chipped away at a large hole with a radius of more than half a meter. There wasn't a single fish inside, and the water was as calm as the night sky. General Bailey had been holding back for the entire afternoon, but he couldn't take it anymore. Your Highness, the ice has been chipped away. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunxi. When he saw that she was still dozing off, he didn't say anything else. General Bailey was so anxious that his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to ask Han Yunxi directly, but Bailey Mingxiang gave him a look, and he finally calmed down. Actually, while General Bailey and his daughter were waiting, Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua were also waiting. They had been waiting for the entire afternoon, but all they saw was the fishermen chipping away at the ice. Could it be that they've finally given up because they can't see any fish? Jun Yixie was getting impatient. That's strange. Ouyang Ningnua felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Let's just wait and see. They'll have to leave once the sun rises. Jun Yixie was very confident. Unexpectedly, not long after, Han Yunxi stood up and walked towards the hole in the ice. Long Fei Yi followed closely behind her. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on her. Is this woman going to cast her net? Jun Yixie sneered. Ouyang Ningnua didn't say anything, but he felt a little uneasy. Could it be a trap? Having been tricked by this woman too many times, Jun Yixie couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard this. He subconsciously stood up. Han Yunxi crouched down next to the hole and took out a small porcelain bottle from her medical pouch. Jun Yixie immediately strode over when he saw this. Han Yunxi, are you trying to poison the fish? If he couldn't have it, he wouldn't let anyone else have it either. This was Jun Yixie's way of doing things, and he was all too familiar with it. Ouyang Ningnua also hurried over and reminded her, Qin Wangfei, Fishery Island isn't an ordinary place. You can't afford to mess around here. Although the taboos on Fishery Island weren't explicitly forbidden, most visitors would still abide by them. Too many people had died mysteriously because of violating the rules. This princess consort just wants to feed the fish. Why are you so anxious? Why is there a rule against feeding fish on Fishery Island? Han Yunxi sneered. Feed the fish? This prince thinks that you're trying to poison them. Jun Yixie rebuked angrily. He looked at Long Fei Yi with disdain. Long Fei Yi, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Isn't this kind of method beneath your dignity? Long Fei Yi's cold eyes narrowed. He didn't waste any more words and took the porcelain bottle from Han Yunxi's hands. He opened it and poured the medicine into the water. Long Fei Yi, you. Jun Yixie was so angry that his nostrils flared. A cornered dog won't jump over a wall, it'll jump into the sea. Long Fei Yi finally spoke coldly. He was clearly mocking Jun Yixie's previous actions. Jun Yixie clenched his fists. Long Feiye's gaze was as cold as a blade. The two princes were less than 5 steps away from each other. Their swords were drawn, and a battle could break out at any moment. However, Han Yunshi didn't care at all. She squatted at the side and propped her chin up with both hands. She stared at the surface of the water as if she was waiting for something. Ouyang Ningnua became even more curious when he saw this. He looked at Han Yunshi with great interest, forgetting that they were on opposing sides. This woman is quite interesting. Did she really poison the fish? Han Yunshi looked at her own reflection in the water, and also saw Ouyang Ningnua's reflection. She knew that Ouyang Ningnua was looking at her. At this moment, even if the whole world was looking at her, she was still able to keep her cool and wait. Time slowly passed. In the silence, old Yu and the others were still fishing from the big fish eyes. Everything seemed to be normal. Could it be that this woman didn't poison the fish? Then what did she do? Jun Yixie had already glanced in old Yu's direction several times. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the calm surface of the water. Fish were bubbling. How could this be? Soon, the entire surface of the water began to bubble. The ripples spread outwards, and more fish appeared. Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua were stunned. General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang, who had rushed over, were also dumbfounded. How was this possible? This wasn't a fisheye. It was just a hole that was casually made. Moreover, the fisheye had already been made. Why would any fish be willing to come over? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? General Bailey rubbed his eyes and looked again. Not only did the number of fish not decrease, but there were more and more of them. Not long after, the entire surface of the water began to bubble. Not long after that, old Yu shouted, "Your Highness Majesty Kong, young Master Ouyang, quickly come over and take a look. Something's happened." Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua didn't say a word. They turned around and ran over. To their surprise, they saw that the fish in the big fisheye were retreating. The fish that had been crowding on the surface of the water were gradually sinking and dispersing. This situation was the same as what happened in Bailey Mingxiang's middle fisheye. The legend of the big fisheye had been broken. What exactly had Han Yunshi done? In less than an hour, it was as if Han Yunshi had secretly swapped out the entire big fisheye. All of the fish had disappeared and gathered around Han Yunshi and the others. Long Feiyi naturally knew that Han Yunshi had used some kind of medicine. That bottle of medicine wasn't poison, but it was definitely some kind of miraculous medicine. It was something that could attract fish over without harming their lives. This kind of revenge on Jun Yixie was truly satisfying. Long Feiyi was in an extremely good mood. He shouted loudly, "Men, cast the net and catch the fish." As he spoke, he didn't care that everyone else was looking at him. He pulled Han Yunshi up and pressed his lips firmly against hers. He aggressively invaded her lips and kissed her passionately. This woman did a beautiful job. Han Yunshi was still immersed in the joy of the experiment. She didn't expect Long Feiyi to be so domineering. There were so many people present. Couldn't he restrain himself a little? Wasn't he always conservative when it came to certain things? All right, Han Yunshi didn't have any room to think or resist. The moist warmth, the contact of their lips and teeth, was filled with his domineering manly scent. She easily surrendered. He hadn't even bullied her much, and her body had already softened. She was paralyzed in his arms and allowed him to ravage her. No matter how great her skills were, under his love she was like a flower. She was a happy little woman. On one side was the boiling water, and on the other side was the couple passionately kissing. This scene was just too beautiful. General Bailey was overjoyed. He directed the fishermen to cast the net and couldn't help looking at His Highness and the Princess Consort a few more times. He thought that he was wrong and Aunt Rue was also wrong. If this woman wasn't worthy of His Highness, then no one else in this world was worthy of His Highness. Bailey Mingxiang's heart was filled with complex feelings. She didn't dare look away because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to calm down and her heart would break. On the other hand, Jun Isye almost spat out blood when he saw this. If it wasn't for Ouyang Ningnuo holding him back, he would have forgotten the rules of Fishery Island and made a move on Han Yunshi. His eyes flashed with hatred. Han Yunshi, this prince can't have you, but I definitely won't allow Long Fei Yi to have you. This prince will destroy you. Chapter 404. There was a saying, only the magistrate is allowed to set fire, but not the common people. This was the most appropriate way to describe Long Fei Yi's tyranny. His conservatism seemed to be only used to demand things from others, but not for himself. At this time, there were at least 100 people on the ice lake, and all of them were watching. However, he continued to bully Han Yunshi as if he was intoxicated. Han Yunshi was a little embarrassed at first, but gradually, with Long Fei Yi's provocation, she threw caution to the wind. It was such a joyous occasion, so it should be celebrated. Even Long Fei Yi, an ancient person, could let go, so why should she be embarrassed? No matter how many people were watching, let them watch. Anyway, the two of them were legally married, so what they did was reasonable and legal. Soon, Han Yunshi responded to Long Fei Yi generously. Their lips and tongues met, as if they were competing and teasing, which made Long Fei Yi continue to attack fiercely, and the kiss became deeper and deeper. Bailey Mingxiang blushed and didn't dare to look anymore. Even the men present were embarrassed and looked away. These two people who did things their own way were really too much. While they were kissing, the fishermen were busy casting nets to catch fish. With such a big hole, it was much faster to catch fish than to catch fish through the hole. No one knew what was in Han Yunshi's bottle of medicine, but the fish were all alive and kicking, which proved that the bottle of medicine wasn't poison. In fact, Han Yunshi's bottle of medicine was really poison. It was a concentrated type of poison that smelled very similar to fish bait. A small bottle was enough to pollute the entire lake. This kind of poison took a long time to take effect, at least 1 or 2 days. Moreover, the amount that could be absorbed by the fish was very small, so after the fish were poisoned, they would only show mild symptoms of irritation. Even if they were eaten by humans, it wouldn't cause any poisoning. Even a poison expert like Jun Isye couldn't discover it, because this poison was originally from modern times. In just 1 or 2 days, the fishes that had been caught had long been frozen. Who could see that the fishes were unusually irritable? As for the fish in the ice lake, all that could be seen were squeezing on the surface of the water to fight for oxygen. They were originally lively and did not show any signs of irritation. It was not an exaggeration to say that Han Yunshi had only used bait. At first, Jun Isye was still staring at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi, but seeing how passionate they were, he couldn't help but look away. He had spent so much effort trying to get a bargaining chip to exchange for the antidote with Han Yunshi. Who would have thought that just as he was about to succeed, all his efforts would be in vain? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Let me go, he said in a low voice. Your Highness Duke of Kong, martial arts is forbidden on Fishery Island. You mustn't do anything rash, Ouyang Ningnuo reminded him in a low voice. This king will remember. Let go of me. A sinister glint flashed past Jun Isye's eyes as he said coldly. After all, Ouyang Ningnuo and Jun Isye were in the same line of work. If Jun Isye broke the rules of Fishery Island, he would be implicated as well. However, he still refused to let go. At this time, Long Fei Yi had already let go of Han Yunshi. The moment Han Yunshi lowered her head bashfully, it was indescribably beautiful. Long Fei Yi looked down at her, his gaze so deep that it looked like he wanted to devour her. He was very surprised that this woman actually responded to him. How bold! Han Yunshi knew that Long Fei Yi was looking at her, and she was also very clear about what she had just done. She had been quite uncertain before, but after this period of time, she was almost certain of His Highness's feelings. It was normal for a man and a woman to love each other. What was there to be afraid of? Even though she was blushing, she still bravely raised her head to meet Long Fei Ye's examining and doting gaze. She smiled proudly and said, "Your Highness, this concubine did a beautiful job, didn't she?" Long Fei Ye was stunned at first, but then he laughed heartily and said, "You were all very beautiful." Han Yunshi had asked about the fishing incident, but Long Fei Yi didn't only answer about the fishing incident, but also about how she had responded to him earlier. Han Yunshi didn't know what to say. This guy's really rotten to the core. The two of them were flirting with each other. In any case, that was how it looked to everyone around them. Just as they were flirting with each other, a disdainful sneer interrupted them. Han Yunshi's taste is just SOSO. Who else could it be other than Jun Yixie? Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat and she immediately glared at him. What did this bastard mean? Long Fei Ye's expression changed drastically. He spun around and shouted angrily, "Jun Yixie, what do you mean by that?" Jun Yixie's words were a little too complicated. Everyone present was shocked. Although it was unbelievable, they didn't dare to imagine it. However, they couldn't help but speculate. If Jun Yixie said that, could it be that he had also tasted Han Yunshi's taste? Other than this, what else could it mean? Other than this situation, what other situation could make him say such words? Everyone's expression was very complicated. The fishermen who were fishing nearby also stopped and looked over in shock. This matter was monumental. To a woman, this was the greatest humiliation, but to a man, it was the greatest humiliation. A complicated look flashed across Ouyang Ning Nua's eyes. He finally understood what Jun Yixie meant when he said, "This prince will remember." Martial arts were prohibited on Fishery Island, so even if Jun Yixie really did something, Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to do anything to him. When he thought of this, Ouyang Ning Nua hurriedly let go of Jun Yixie's hand, as if he had been electrocuted. It was as if he wanted to distance himself from him. This guy couldn't have really done something, right? Wasn't he playing a little too big? Long Fei Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jun Yixie's sneer deepened after successfully attracting Long Fei Yi's attention. "What do you mean? Your first consort should be the clearest about this. Jun Yixie, you'd better watch your mouth." Han Yunshi flew into a rage. She rushed in front of Jun Yixie and raised her hand to slap him. She was just a hair's breadth away from slapping him, but she held herself back at the last moment. She clenched her fist and swung it fiercely. If this slap landed, all of her and Long Fei Ye's efforts would be for naught. They had violated the taboo of Fishery Island. Not only would they be chased away, they wouldn't even be able to take a single fish with them. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't fall for Jun Yixie's trick. However, it was precisely her furious behavior that left everyone dumbfounded. Qin Wangfei's reaction. Could it be that there really was something between her and Jun Yixie? "Esteemed Wangfei, why are you so agitated? What happened back then?" "Ha!" Jun Yixie started to speak, but stopped himself. Instead, he burst into laughter. Long Fei Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "Jun Yixie, what exactly do you mean by that?" Jun Yixie raised his chin and looked at him provocatively. He said arrogantly, "What I mean is exactly what Qin Wangfei tastes like." It's not what he said. Han Yunshi hurriedly defended herself. She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. Jun Yixie hadn't actually said anything. Her defense would only make it more obvious. "Haha, Qin Wangfei, what is this prince talking about?" Jun Yixie roared with laughter. Although Jun Yixie didn't really do anything about that incident, as a woman, Han Yunshi still suffered a loss. She had lost Long Fei Ye's face. If this matter was exposed in public, Long Fei Yi would lose a lot of face. What a good Jun Yixie! Did he really have to expose this matter today? Now that things had gotten to this point, Han Yunshi couldn't hide anything anymore. She could only face it. "Jun Yixie, you couldn't beat this Wangfei's poison. You tried to force this Wangfei to hand over the antidote but failed. You even tried to threaten this Wangfei. This Wang Fei was saved by a friend and was able to preserve her innocence. You couldn't beat the Duke of Qin today, yet you're bringing up this matter again. You're simply shameless. Han Yunshi angrily rebuked him, who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Jun Yixie would burst into laughter. Preserve your innocence? Qin Wangfei, are you sure? The moment he said this, the entire crowd fell silent. It was so quiet that only the sound of fish jumping in the ice cave could be heard. Long Fei Ye's expression was cold to the extreme. His entire person was also extremely quiet. Jun Yixie, shut up. Han Yunshi was flustered. What, is Qin Wangfei afraid that this prince will say something that shouldn't be said? Jun Yixie began to laugh loudly. No matter how smart Han Yunshi was, what could she do to him in this kind of situation? This kind of thing required evidence. She was a married woman, so where could she find evidence to prove her innocence? Han Yunshi was so angry that her eyes turned red. She knew that Jun Yixie was sincerely framing her. She had no way to defend herself against this kind of thing. Those who believed her would believe her. Those who didn't believe her, she couldn't defend herself. Han Yunshi looked towards Long Fei Yi and saw that Long Fei Yi was also looking at her. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. Her heart tightened. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but she didn't know why she couldn't say anything. They were clearly the people who had just kissed passionately, so why were their gazes so distant now? Long Fei Yi, what kind of gaze is that? Are you questioning me? Are you blaming me? So you don't believe what I'm saying? If it wasn't for you being so anxious to save Duan Muyao, I wouldn't have been kidnapped by Jun Yixie. What kind of attitude is this? It looks like Duke of Qin doesn't know about this matter, hee. Jun Yixie's frivolous tone seemed to have a deeper meaning. Long Fei's frigid eyes narrowed into slits. His entire body emanated a terrifying killing intent that caused the temperature around them to plummet. The crowd couldn't help but shiver. Han Yunshi was also cold, but it wasn't just her body that was cold, it was also her heart. Long Fei Yi, you're too disappointing. Han Yunshi steeled her heart and resolutely avoided Long Fei Yi's gaze. She coldly looked towards Jun Yixie. She took off her thick fox fur coat in front of everyone and fiercely rolled up her sleeves before raising her jade-like arm high into the air. This jade-like arm was well-proportioned and slender. Her skin was like congealed cream and her chastity mark was as red as fire, clearly visible. Jun Yixie, this Wang Fei's innocence is right here. Look clearly. You attempted to commit adultery and then maliciously insulted me. What are your intentions? To treat a woman like this, what kind of man are you? Han Yunshi sternly questioned, each word resounding. Her clothes were thin and her figure was small and thin, but she was magnanimous and unyielding. Standing with her arms raised, she gave people a feeling of indomitable spirit. The entire crowd was silent. Even Jun Yixie couldn't help being silent. Everyone looked at the red mark on Han Yunshi's arm. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It was rumored that Qin Wangfei was greatly favored by the Duke of Qin and was in charge of the Duke of Qin's household. But who would have thought that this woman was still pure and clean as a woman? Chapter 405. Han Yunshi's thin and frail body stood on the frozen ground, shocking everyone's hearts. That smear of cinnabar red seemed to be the only red in the snow, dazzling and unforgettable. This smear of red fell into Long Fei Ye's deep black eyes and scattered into a bloody mess, dyeing his cold eyes red. Everyone was looking at Han Yunshi and no one noticed that Long Fei Ye's hand was already on his sword. Jun Yixie also didn't notice. He was dumbstruck. He never thought that Han Yunshi could use this method to prove her innocence. Wasn't this woman married to Long Fei Yi for more than a year? What was the relationship between her and Long Fei Yi? Wasn't this woman Long Fei Ye's woman? Wasn't this Long Fei Ye's only weakness? Could it be that he had made a mistake in this bet? The surrounding gazes were filled with shock, ridicule, sympathy, and pity. However, no matter what others thought, Han Yunshi was indifferent. Under everyone's gaze, she unhurriedly rolled down her sleeves and put on her fur robe, her movements elegant and noble. Jun Xie, there's only one bottle of antidote for the poison in your body and I threw it away long ago. But there's another way to detoxify the poison, do you want to know? Han Yunshi asked with a sneer. What? Wasn't everything Jun Xie did to detoxify the poison? Cripple your own arm. Han Yunshi laughed impudently, carefree and uninhibited, as if the injury just now had never happened. Jun Xie then realized that he had been fooled and he cursed, "Slut!" Just at this moment a clang sound was heard. The sound of a sword whistling suddenly sounded. It was Long Fei Ye's sword ringing angrily. It seemed to have sensed its master's monstrous anger as it trembled and was about to fly out of its scabbard. At this moment, the crowd realized that Long Fei Yi had already grasped his sword and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Long Fei Yi was going to use force. Before anyone could react, another clang sound was heard as Long Fei Yi raised his sword and pointed it at Jun Xie. Reality proved that His Highness Duke of Qin's calmness had its limit. Your Highness! Bailey Mingxiang exclaimed. Who would have thought that such a cold man would one day become angry over a woman? Your Highness, please reconsider. General Bailey rushed over. Martial arts were forbidden on Fishery Island. Once His Highness used force, all their efforts would be in vain. Now Jun Xie would truly be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Long Fei turned a deaf ear to his words and pointed his sword at Jun Xie. His cold eyes flashed with ruthless rage as the blade clattered against each other, ready to start a massacre at any moment. Wasn't this exactly what Jun Xie wanted? Although Han Yunshi had proven her innocence and Long Fei's lies, none of that was important anymore. Because he'd succeeded in igniting Long Fei's fury? His sword was out of its scabbard. One move was all it would take for Long Fei Yi to lose everything. He had made the right bet. Han Yunshi was Long Fei Ye's Achilles' heel. This man knew that it was a trap, but he still jumped in anyway. Long Fei Yi gripped his sword so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. He was pouring his internal energy into the sword. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he slashed it down. Everyone was so nervous that they stared at Long Fei Ye's sword without blinking, afraid that they would miss a single move. However, Han Yunshi was indifferent. She was obviously standing beside Long Fei Yi, but her whole body was exuding a coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. Jun Xie licked his lips with a mischievous expression. Without a doubt, he was adding oil and vinegar to Long Fei's fury. You're courting death. No matter how calm Long Fei Yi was, he couldn't control himself and thrust his sword forward. However, almost at the same time, General Bailey rushed over and hugged Long Fei Ye's sword. Your Highness, this is a trap. General Bailey clamped the blade of the sword tightly with both hands, and blood soon flowed down. He almost used all his strength to barely stop Long Fei Yi. Bloody anger burned in Long Fei Ye's eyes. He knew better than anyone that this was a trap. When Jun Xie jumped into the sea and swam to Yuzhou Island, he knew that Jun Xie must have wanted to take advantage of the prohibition of martial arts on Yuzhou Island. However, he never thought that Jun Xie would provoke him with such a thing. Get out of my way. Long Fei Yi was furious, and his sword glowed brightly. Seeing this, Bailey Mingxiang was very anxious. She grabbed Long Fei Ye's sword with both hands and held it together with General Bailey. Her hands were much more delicate than General Bailey's, and as soon as they touched the sword, they bled. Your Highness, Princess Consort is innocent. Jun Xie did it on purpose. Please don't fall into his trap. Your lordship will say it one last time. Get out of my way. Long Fei Yi wasn't someone the Bailey father and daughter could persuade. Bailey Mingxiang was too scared to look at him, but quickly grabbed Han Yunshi's hand. Esteemed Wang Fei, please persuade His Highness. You and His Highness's efforts over the past few months can't go to waste. Of course Han Yunshi knew this was a trap. She also knew that once Long Fei Yi made his move, their efforts would be for naught not only in this fishing competition, but in Tianning as well. Emperor Tianhui, all of the civil and military officials in court, and all of Tianning's citizens were waiting to see how His Highness Duke of Qin would lead the disaster victims through the winter and usher in the spring months. Of course, none of that mattered to Han Yunxi now. She just didn't want Jun Yixie to get his way. What would happen if he succeeded in making an issue out of something like this? Looking at Long Fei Ye's cold eyes, Han Yunxi didn't know how much weight her words carried. She walked over and said, "Your Highness, please reconsider." But Long Fei Yi didn't even spare her a glance. Han Yunxi's lips quirked into a self-mocking smile. Just like General Bailey, she reached out to grab the edge of her sword and stop him. Immediately, Long Fei Yi pulled his sword out of General Bailey's hand and avoided Han Yunxi's. He didn't say a word, but gave Han Yunxi a vicious glare. Just like before, his eyes were filled with anger and questioning. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi avoided his gaze and missed it. Sheathing his sword, Long Fei Yi had been persuaded to stop. But that didn't mean he'd let Jun Yixie go. General Bailey and the rest exhaled in relief. At least His Highness was still calm. Seeing this, Jun Yixie was about to provoke him again when Long Fei Yi issued a cold order. "General Bailey, pass on my orders. Have the entire navy surround Fishery Island. Anyone who dares to take Jun Yixie away will be killed without mercy." Everyone present was stunned by his words. Who said Long Fei Yi was calm? He's gone mad. He wants to use the entire Tianning navy to trap a single Jun Yixie? General Bailey stood rooted to the spot, almost losing his mind. He'd spent more than a decade raising the Tianning navy, along with large sums of silver from Tianning's national coffers. He'd never used them before, but this was his first time mobilizing them, and he wanted them to surround an island? "Why aren't you going yet?" Long Fei Yi was very fierce. "This general obeys." General Bailey didn't have time to think. He left immediately. They'd brought along a fleet of ships with them this time. Originally, they were supposed to escort the fish back to Tianning for disaster relief. General Bailey first used the ships to guard the island, then sent a messenger hawk back with orders to mobilize all of the navy to guard the island. A small team was also assigned to transport the fish. Jun Yixie saw that things weren't going well, so he turned and headed for the beach. Fishery Island's martial arts rules didn't just restrict Long Fei Yi, but him as well. If Long Fei Yi was going to play like this, he only had one option left: leave immediately. Long Fei Yi's lips curved into a cold smile as he watched Jun Yixie's retreating figure. He used his lightness techniques to shoot out like an arrow and quickly caught up to Jun Yixie. Their martial arts skills were on par with each other, and their speeds were about the same. Both of them flew towards the beach. Han Yunxi, Bailey Mingxiang, Ouyang Ningnua, and the rest were chasing after them. Long Fei Yi and Jun Yixie arrived at the beach at almost the same time. Jun Yixie didn't hesitate to run across the water and jump onto his ship. He couldn't use martial arts on Fishery Island, so he'd only be trapped to death. But he could use martial arts on the ship, so he still had hope. Jun Yixie readied himself for a duel with poison in hand. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't chase after the ship. Instead, he hovered above the sea and drew his sword, pointing it at the sky as it exploded with dazzling sword light. For a moment, wind and clouds gathered as the sword whistled through the air. Jun Yixie knew that things weren't looking good. He was about to raise his sword to block when Long Fei Yi's sword slashed down with a rainbow of sword chi. Boom! There was a loud crash as a large hole was blasted into the tall ship. Seawater immediately poured into the hole, causing the ship to tilt. Han Yunxi and the rest were just about to rush over when they saw the tilting ship. They were all dumbfounded. His Highness Duke of Qin was truly angry. The consequences would be dire. Jun Yixie stood on the tilted ship's bow, dumbfounded. How was he supposed to get back if the ship was destroyed? Jun Yixie was enraged when he saw Ouyang Ningnua approach. Ouyang Ningnua, is this the face Long Fei Yi gave your merchant guild? Before, when Long Fei was about to destroy the ship, Ouyang Ningnua had stepped forward to save face and stop him. Ouyang Ningnua had been engrossed in watching the battle. He jumped in fright when Jun Yixie shouted at him. He hurriedly replied, "Your Highness Duke of Kong, that's your ship. It has nothing to do with me." They had been allies just a moment ago, but now he was saying such things. Han Yunshi hadn't misjudged him. This guy really was shameless. Not only to them, but to Jun Yixie as well. Ouyang Ningnua was a businessman who prioritized profit above all else. He would never do a losing deal. Although the horse deal at the border of Northernly was important, he couldn't afford to offend His Highness Duke of Qin. If he'd known that Jun Yixie would resort to such underhanded means, he would never have cooperated with Jun Yixie. Ouyang Ningnua. Jun Yixie was about to explode. Long Fei Yi didn't waste his breath. He raised his sword a second time. A vicious glint flashed across Jun Yixie's eyes. Sword in hand, he flew toward General Bailey's ship. Unexpectedly, General Bailey gave the order. All the archers on the ship fired their arrows at once, aiming at Jun Yixie. No matter how strong an expert was, how could he withstand an army of archers? Jun Yixie only had one path left, and that was to return to Fishery Island, where martial arts were prohibited. At this moment, Long Fei Yi's second strike landed squarely on the raised bow of the ship. With one strike, the bow of the ship was completely destroyed, and the entire ship was destroyed. A king's wrath rumbled, shaking everyone's hearts. He stood in the air, a vast fleet of warships behind him. Archers were ready to fire their arrows. His face was as cold as ice, and his voice was frighteningly cold. Jun Yixie, swim back to Northernly if you have the guts. Chapter 406. Swim back to Northernly? After all, Fishery Island was located in the middle of Tianing Country's seas. Even the fastest ship would take 3 to 4 days to reach Tianing's ports, to say nothing of Northernly's ports. Even if it was a fish, it would take a few days to swim back. Long Fei Yi had clearly given Jun Yixie a dead end. Jun Yixie had no choice but to stay on Fishery Island. He couldn't believe his ears, but reality was right before his eyes. All of Fishery Island had been surrounded by warships with tens of thousands of arrows aimed at him. No matter how capable he was, there was nothing he could do. He'd planned everything so well, but who knew he'd end up playing himself like this? He'd basically dug a hole to bury himself in. He glared at Ouyang Ningnua, but the man immediately avoided his gaze to look at Long Fei Yi instead. As if nothing had happened, Ouyang Ningnua gracefully clasped his hands and smiled. Your Highness Duke of Qin, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is willing to donate 300,000 dan of grain to help your Highness with the disaster relief efforts. Even Long Fei Yi was out of grain by now, but Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had to have some. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called a trade consortium anymore. Ouyang Ningnua was planning to save up the grain until next month when Tianing ran out of grain. Then he'd take it out to extort Long Fei Yi for a sky-high price. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. Now he had no choice but to take it out to buy a ticket. With Northernly's warships destroyed, he'd have to go through Long Fei Yi to get back. Long Fei Yi ignored him and gave Han Yunshi a cold look before heading back to the warship. Ouyang Ningnua was about to follow when General Bailey stopped him. His Highness wouldn't care about anything at a time like this. After taking care of Jun Yixie, His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei would have to settle scores. Although the cinnabar red mark on esteemed Wang Fei's arm had shocked General Bailey, he could still tell that His Highness truly doted on esteemed Wang Fei. No matter what, the Princess Consort had suffered such a big grievance, so she should at least tell His Highness about it. As a man who could stand being kept in the dark like this, Ouyang Ningnua was overjoyed and hurriedly walked over. He thought that it would be better to talk to General Bailey than to talk to that old fox Long Feiyi, right? Long Feiyi had walked far away, but Han Yunshi was still standing there. She looked at Long Feiyi's cold back. She didn't know why, but even though her heart was cold and she didn't care about anything anymore, her heart still ached. She couldn't remember when it started, but whenever they walked together, this man would definitely hold her hand. Even if she didn't move, he would definitely turn around and ask her coldly, "Han Yunshi, why aren't you leaving?" But this time, he walked far away without looking back, far more than 10 steps. "So, Long Feiyi, are you going to leave just like that?" Han Yunshi couldn't control the sourness that welled up in her heart. She gritted her teeth and was about to turn around when Long Feiyi suddenly turned around and strode over. He fiercely grabbed Han Yunshi's wrist and dragged her away. Long Feiyi's monstrous fury danced in his eyes. Only the heavens knew how much he had been suppressing his anger to deal with Jun Yixie first. His grip was very tight as he walked very quickly. Han Yunshi didn't expect this and staggered, narrowly avoiding falling over. Long Feiyi didn't let go until Han Yunshi was dragged onto the warship. He roared, "Men, set sail!" The servants on the deck scattered in fright. They'd followed His Highness Duke of Qin for so many years, but they'd never seen him so angry. Han Yunshi stood there, panting. She didn't understand why this man was so angry at her. Was he blaming her for this? Han Yunshi lowered her head and lowered her eyes. Her entire person was abnormally quiet. He narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Just like before, his piercing gaze was still filled with questions and anger. It was so cold that it was frightening. The two of them were only 5 steps apart, but it felt like they were separated by an entire world. The large deck was empty and quiet. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Han Yunshi's breathing was steady, but Long Feiyi's was very hurried. This man, even his breathing was filled with anger. Suddenly, Long Feiyi sternly ordered, "Raise your head." Han Yunshi was silent and didn't move. Long Feiyi clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "Raise your head." Han Yunshi finally raised her head. Just as she was about to open her mouth to question him, he angrily said, "Han Yunshi, how dare you hide this kind of thing from this prince? Who gave you the guts to do so?" Every word seemed to burst out from his anger. The wrath of a king overflowed to the heavens. When Jun Yixie first said those words, he thought that Jun Yixie was deliberately making things up to provoke him and force him to make a move. But who knew that Han Yunshi really did suffer? He then remembered that after she was kidnapped in Sky Pit, she was wrapped in a white robe when she returned to Medical City. That was the robe of that young master from the Shadow Clan. Just as she said, it was that young master from the Shadow Clan who saved her. Why didn't she say anything at that time? This was such a big matter. If it wasn't for Jun Yixie's provocation today, was this woman planning to hide it from him for the rest of her life? Was she planning to quietly let it go like this? She was only willing to say it when others humiliated her in front of her. Did she think that her husband didn't exist? How could he not be angry? Han Yunshi, Han Yunshi. You were the one who took the initiative to provoke this prince. You were the one who kept talking about this prince, but in your heart, just who was this prince to you? You actually concealed such a monstrous matter until now. When she met Long Feiyi's furious and cold gaze, Han Yunshi's heart trembled. Faced with this kind of question, she didn't know how to answer. Answer this prince's question. Long Feiyi roared. Han Yunshi was startled. Only now did she realize why this man's eyes were so cold and angry. She subconsciously took a step back and instinctively lowered her head. She didn't deliberately hide it from him. It was just that back then, when he saved Duan Muyao, her heart was filled with thoughts of him saving Duan Muyao. Later on, she directly ran away and went missing. In that kind of situation, how could she tell him something like that? Later on, he found her at the Mu family and explained the matter with Duan Muyao to her, so she didn't want to talk about it anymore. In the end, she didn't let Jun Yixie have his way. In the end, it wasn't a happy thing. It was not her style to let her cry to him about such things with snot and tears. She could come up with many explanations, but she knew that he wouldn't believe her. At this time, this man was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. When he saw Han Yunxi lowering her head and not saying anything, Long Feiyi clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. Han Yunxi's heart trembled with fear when she heard this. Her heart was originally as cold as ice, but now she was like a child who had made a mistake. Her head was almost buried in her chest. Long Feiyi, I'm sorry. In the end, I wasn't confident enough in front of you, so I doubted your feelings. Answer me. Long Feiyi was about to go crazy with anger. His anger only increased as he insisted on an answer. Han Yunxi finally raised her head and calmly said, "Because I was afraid. I was afraid that you wouldn't want me." There were too many reasons, but only she knew the real reason. Long Feiyi, it was so difficult for me to walk 100 steps. I was so afraid that you would retreat and retreat too far. Long Feiyi's heart felt like it had been bitten by something. It suddenly hurt, and it was so painful that all of his anger dissipated in an instant. When he saw Han Yunxi's clear and bright gaze, his brows tightly knitted together. He suddenly felt a sense of helplessness as he didn't know what to do with this woman. Han Yunxi, you can also feel fear? Who was the one who was so audacious as to kick open the sedan door and walk into the Duke of Qin's residence? Who was the one who was so audacious as to leave home and leave without a word? Who didn't want him? And who was the one who was so audacious as to not let him go and insist on asking him if he was jealous of Gu Beiyue? Han Yunxi, you've challenged this prince's bottom line time and time again, and you're still afraid? Why wasn't Han Yunxi afraid? She had been trying her best to walk into his heart, but he had too many secrets. She couldn't guess at them, nor could she ask them. Many times, she didn't even know where he was going or what he was doing. How could she not be afraid? She lowered her head again, but Long Feiyi immediately shouted angrily, "Raise your head." She raised her head obediently. He lifted her chin and looked at her. His brows were furrowed so tightly that the word "Chuan" could be seen. "Your Highness, do you mind?" she asked in a low voice. "I mind." As he spoke, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. After a long time, he finally murmured, "In the end it was this prince's carelessness. He had been careless when she was kidnapped at the Sky Pit that time." "Your Highness," Han Yunxi wanted to speak, but Long Feiyi pressed down on her lips. He didn't speak, but held her tightly as he stared at the boundless sea. His eyes were so deep that they seemed bottomless. "Han Yunxi, you must not know this, but this prince is even more afraid than you are, so there are many things that this prince must do as soon as possible. Before the 7 noble families come knocking on his door, he must do it as soon as possible." His embrace was very, very tight. This embrace should have been the safest, but Han Yunxi could faintly sense his uneasiness. His uneasiness. I must be imagining things, she thought. She lightly planted a kiss on his chest. She didn't want to say or think too much. It was fine as long as he was still here. The warship slowly sailed towards Tianning's harbor. The matters of Fishery Island had been handed over to General Bailey. Batches of fish would be sent to the disaster areas. As for Jun Yixie, no matter how high his martial arts or poison skills were, there was nothing he could do on Fishery Island. As soon as he left the island, he would be met with a barrage of arrows. Only death awaited him. Being trapped on Fishery Island while watching Long Feiyi's subordinates fish and transport the fish was a feeling worse than death. After General Bailey made all the arrangements for the fish, he began to discuss business with Ouyang Ningnua. Reality proved that even someone as shrewd as Ouyang Ningnua had his moments of miscalculation. General Bailey demanded an exorbitant price of 1,000,000 dan of grain. "General Bailey, you know as well that Tianning is the only place where grain is produced. Last year's harvest wasn't good at all, so they didn't get much despite paying high prices," Ouyang Ningnua said helplessly. Give me as much as you have. The rest can be sold at the market price of the second month, General Bailey said directly. Naturally, General Bailey didn't know how to do business, but His Highness had long sent people to the trade consortium to buy grain. Back then, the consortium had said the same thing: sell it at the market price of the second month of the next year. His Highness Duke of Qin might be rich, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't like being cheated, so he didn't buy the grain. Ouyang Ningnuan naturally knew what the consortium had said. What else could he do now? He could only accept his loss. After signing the contract and stamping his fingerprint, General Bailey sent Ouyang Ningnua to Bailey Mingxiang's ship so that he could leave with Bailey Mingxiang. Jun Yixie stared at the departing ship. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Ouyang Ningnua. Of course, he should be more concerned about his own situation right now. What should he do? Note to the readers: read the second chapter first. The third chapter will be late. The Genius Poison Consort's public WeChat account is Tienkaksia Dufii. Everyone is welcome to add. Chapter 407. Jun Yixie wouldn't be able to escape Fishery Island on his own, so he could only place his hopes on the Northern Li Imperial clan. After all, he'd used Northern Li's Imperial ship this time. He'd requested permission from the Northern Dynasty's emperors. If he didn't go back, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would naturally guess that something had happened to him once Long Fei Yi brought back a large batch of fish. Jun Yixie sat by the lake and waited. Fortunately, he'd caught plenty of fish before, or else he would have starved to death. But even then, he could still fight it out with the disaster victims of Tianing. He'd have to eat fish for every meal for the next few days. After sitting for a long time, he grew bored and got up to walk towards the ice cave. Fishery Island had its own rules, so the fishermen and workers weren't afraid of him. No one paid him any attention, either. Jun Yixie scooped up some ice water with his bare hands and sniffed it before taking a few sips. He wondered just what was in that bottle of medicine Han Yunshi had poured down. How could it break the legend of the big fisheye and attract all the fish here? But even after taking a big gulp, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He had to admit that this woman's poison skills were far superior to his own. Jun Yixie stared blankly at his reflection in the water. He couldn't help but recall Han Yunshi's figure standing alone on the ice with her arms raised high. That cinnabar mole seemed to be right in front of his eyes. He still couldn't believe that woman was still pure. In other words, Long Fei Yi hadn't completely taken her yet. Jun Yixie actually rejoiced at the thought. Damn it, he should hate that woman for ruining his plans. But there was still a sliver of hope left in his heart. Jun Yixie shook his head and forced himself to think rationally. He was about to leave the ice cave when he suddenly sensed the scent of poison. He was immediately on guard. Poison? Was he too careless? Had Han Yunshi really poisoned him? Jun Yixie crouched down and scooped up some ice water to examine it carefully. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he would not let it go. If he found evidence that Han Yunshi had poisoned him, history would be rewritten, and he would be able to turn the tables immediately. Helplessly, he patiently and seriously checked over and over again, but in the end, he didn't find any signs of poison in the ice water. In the end, he had to give up. Just as he got up, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the blood that had already solidified on the ice. Jun Yixie was suspicious. He walked closer to take a look and suddenly realized why he couldn't find any trace of poison in the ice water even though he had smelled the scent of poison. It turned out that the blood was poisonous. This blood was left behind by General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang when they were trying to stop Chong Fei Yi from drawing his sword. Jun Yixie glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention. He squatted down and took out a dagger to cut up the frozen blood. He held it in his hand and melted it with the warmth of his palm. Then, he put it into a porcelain bottle. Everything was done silently, and no one noticed. Although the blood here belonged to General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang, He was almost certain that Bailey Mingxiang was the one who had been poisoned. He had noticed Bailey Mingxiang, the sickly beauty, from the very beginning. He could see that she might have been poisoned, but he couldn't figure out why Han Yunxi didn't help her detoxify. Judging from the blood, his guess was right. This woman was indeed poisoned, and the poison was very deep. It was just that he had been so absorbed in provoking Chang Feiyi that he didn't notice when Bailey Mingxiang was bleeding. Now that he had collected the blood sample, he had plenty of time to slowly figure out what kind of poison this sickly beauty had been poisoned with. Bailey Mingxiang's identity wasn't simple. Why was she poisoned? What kind of poison was it? Why didn't Han Yunxi help her detoxify? He was very curious. At this time, Bailey Mingxiang was already far away from Yuzhou Island. She sat in the cabin and stared blankly at her injured hand. She didn't know when she would see His Highness Duke of Qin again after today. In the end, she hadn't been able to help this time. She knew that it was useless to think too much, but she couldn't beat her own heart. She couldn't help but wonder what His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei were doing right now. His Highness was so angry. What would he do to esteemed Wang Fei? She couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Both her and her father's hands were bleeding, but His Highness didn't even spare them a glance. He only told them to scram. But esteemed Wang Fei's hand hadn't even touched the blade when His Highness immediately withdrew his sword. No matter how angry he was, what could he do to esteemed Wang Fei? She was already injured, so why was she worried about him? Ouyang Ningnua walked in with a smile. "Miss Bailey, is your hand all right?" "It's fine. Thank you for your concern, young Master Ouyang," Bailey Mingxiang replied politely. "Miss Bailey, you don't seem to be in good health. Are you ill?" Ouyang Ningnua was a shrewd man. He'd long noticed Bailey Mingxiang's health problems. He'd heard of this Miss Bailey before, but his impression of her was that she was perfectly fine when she attended Tianning's Empress Dowager's birthday banquet a few months ago. "I caught a cold, but it's nothing serious," Bailey Mingxiang replied mildly. "The winds are strong out at sea." "Then Miss Bailey will have to wear more clothes," Ouyang Ningnua said, before changing the topic. "Your esteemed Wang Fei is quite interesting." Bailey Mingxiang only smiled faintly in response. She had no intention of talking to an unscrupulous businessman like Ouyang Ningnua. "Miss Bailey, I heard that Qin Wang Fei is Lady Tianxin's daughter?" Ouyang Ningnua asked next. Mingxiang isn't very clear. Esteemed Wang Fei's matters aren't something Mingxiang can discuss. Mingxiang is tired, so forgive me for not accompanying you any longer. Bailey Mingxiang was naturally on her guard, so she rose to leave. Ouyang Ningnua didn't linger either. He walked out of the cabin and watched Fishery Island disappear into the distance with a faint smile on his lips. Han Yunxi, hee, how interesting! At this moment, one of his retainers came running over. "Master, we've lost big this time." The retainer was right. Ouyang Ningnua had wasted a lot of manpower and resources. After offending Long Feiyi, he'd offended Jun Yixie as well. In the end, he hadn't even been able to settle the horse trade at the northernly border. In the end, he'd lost a huge amount of grain and silver. This was Ouyang Ningnua's biggest loss since entering the business world. "Don't worry, we won't lose that much." Ouyang Ningnua didn't seem to mind at all. The ship sailed across the sea. It was spring, and the winds were calm and there wasn't much danger. Long Feiye's ship was the first to reach the harbor. On the first day of the new year, a large group of officials knelt in front of the provincial governor's estate, begging for an audience with Long Feiyi. They desperately wanted grain and disaster relief plans. Long Feiyi had said that he wouldn't be back until the 15th day of the month. It was precisely the 15th day of the month that they'd arrived at the South Ning provincial governor's estate. Those officials definitely hadn't knelt for the full 15th day, but they were all gathered at the gates again. When they saw Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi disembark from the carriage, Ningbei County's county magistrate was the first to approach them. Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, you've finally returned. Ningbei County's grain is about to shine. All the disaster victims have been waiting for your Highness and esteemed Wang Fei to return. Today you've finally returned. This was clearly using the people to coerce the ruler. However, they'd learned their lesson this time. They'd used the hearts of the people, not their anger. Think about it. The people had placed all their hopes on the Duke of Qin. If he disappointed them, wouldn't he lose the hearts of the people? Tianhui's improved this time, Long Feiyi murmured. Han Yunshi almost laughed out loud. If Emperor Tianhui heard the Duke of Qin's words, he'd probably be hopping mad. Tell them not to worry. In 5 days your lordship will let you all eat meat. Long Feiyi said. Eat meat? Everyone was stunned. Is the Duke of Qin joking? The famine had lasted for so long that even humans had no food to eat, much less livestock. Where would they find meat to eat? When Emperor Tianhui heard these words, he burst into laughter in his study. Eat meat? He, Zhen liked to see how capable Zhen's good little brother is. 5 days later, Ouyang Ningnua's trade consortium delivered 600,000 dan of grain and discounted silver. At the same time, the first 3 batches of fish arrived as well. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi didn't make an appearance, but left the distribution of grain and fish to a few reliable officials. Husband and wife went back to Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea for a vacation. The entire nation was shocked that grain could be found at a time like this. Who would have thought that His Highness Duke of Qin had caught so many fish? He'd really given the famine victims a chance to eat meat. Even the people living in the disaster areas couldn't finish all of the fish. Even the people living around the disaster areas received benefits and were given a few batches of fish. After all, Tianning's fishing industry was one of the most developed in Cloud Realm continent, but there was still a limit to how much fish could be caught. How could ordinary people eat such delicious fish so easily? The spring plowing season hadn't arrived yet, but the disaster relief efforts were already complete. Because they'd come in time, very few people died of illness. There were no large-scale epidemics, either. This time, the most severe famine in Tianning's history had passed without a hitch. Long Feiyi listened to Han Yunshi's suggestions and used the silver sent by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to buy a large batch of high-quality seeds for the famine victims. Long Feiyi not only won the hearts of the people, but was also recorded in the annals of history. His glory far surpassed Emperor Tianhui's. Emperor Tianhui was so angry that he fell ill and couldn't even attend court for a few days. As the weather warmed up, the ice and snow melted. Jiangnan's plum blossom garden was filled with plum blossoms that drifted to the ground, filling the air with petals. It was a veritable sea of plum blossoms, so beautiful that Han Yunshi wanted to live here forever. Long Feiyi had already accompanied her for a few days, but Long Feiyi never brought up the matter again, so she didn't say anything either. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt that Long Feiyi had been spending time with her on purpose, as if he was trying to make up for something. In the past, no matter where they lived, he'd always go out at night and stay out for 2 or 3 days at a time. This time, he hadn't left once since they moved in. It really seemed like they were here on vacation. He spent most of his time in his study, flipping through ancient texts and occasionally dealing with urgent reports. Meanwhile, she spent most of her time basking in the sun and immersing herself in the detox system, seizing the time to help Bailey Mingxiang make antidote. Occasionally, she'd read with him at night, but before she knew it, she'd fall asleep in his study. When she woke up, she wasn't sleeping in her own room, but in his arms. Occasionally, she'd wake up in the middle of the night to see him soaking in the hot springs. She'd pretend not to see and hurriedly pass by, but he knew. Occasionally, she'd see him drinking tea by himself and scoot over to lean on his shoulder to chat with him. He didn't talk much, but he'd always answer her questions. Han Yunshi felt so close to this man for the first time. Days like this were simple, but very comfortable. However, such days were destined not to last for long. Spring plowing had yet to arrive when Emperor Tianhui sent someone to urge Long Feiyi to return to the capital. Chapter 408. Emperor Tianhui had originally ordered the Duke of Qin to stay in the disaster areas until spring plowing began before returning to the capital. It was obvious that he wanted to keep His Highness Duke of Qin in the midst of his troubles and away from the center of Tianning's power. Unexpectedly, the disaster relief work in the disaster areas had already been completed before spring plowing began. All that was left was to wait for the right time to arrive. Under these circumstances, the longer the Duke of Qin stayed in South Ning Prefecture, the easier it would be for him to establish a foundation there and gain complete control over it and the other two prefectures. After all, the three prefectural governors of the three disaster regions could be said to be the three most important prefectures in Tianning's central region. Together, they were basically equal to half of Tianning's central region. They were the hub that connected the north and south of Tianning, as well as the most populous regions in Tianning. Once the Duke of Qin took control of these three prefectures, his power in Tianning would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could Emperor Tianhui not be worried? Now that he was lying on his sickbed, he realized that sending the Duke of Qin south had been a mistake. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Emperor Tianhui's eunuch Lu had already been sitting in the guest hall of Jiangnan's plum blossom courtyard for half a day. Unfortunately, he still hadn't met with His Highness Duke of Qin or esteemed Wang Fei. It was Chu Shifeng who came out to meet him. Eunuch Lu, His Highness is ill and inconvenient to receive you. I ask for your forgiveness. Chu Shifeng was very polite. Eunuch Lu didn't dare to accept such courtesy, but quickly bowed with hands clasped in front. Guard Chu is overcompensating me. I wonder if His Highness has made any arrangements to return to the capital? Eunuch Lu, His Highness has been overworked recently and it's inconvenient for him to travel long distances. The doctor said we'll have to observe him for a while. Thus there's no telling when he'll return, Chu Shifeng replied helplessly. Eunuch Lu knew that this was a difficult task, but what else could he do besides tell Emperor Tianhui the truth? In his heart, dealing with Emperor Tianhui was much easier than dealing with His Highness Duke of Qin. Just like that, Eunuch Lu returned within uncertain time. Emperor Tianhui nearly jumped out of his sickbed at these words. Even an idiot would know that the Duke of Qin was doing this on purpose. It was bad enough that he didn't return immediately, but he didn't even give him time. Someone come, issue an edict. Jin doesn't believe that I can't summon him back. Emperor Tianhui was about to faint from anger. Noble Consort Shui, who was waiting on the side, hurriedly stopped him. Your Majesty, please calm down. This must not happen. Emperor Tianhui glowered at her, causing Noble Consort Shui to quickly bow. Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin is currently in the limelight in the central regions. Now he's using exhaustion and illness as an excuse to refuse to return. If news of your Highness's decree spreads, what will the common people think? Emperor Tianhui grew even angrier at her words. What do you think? Could it be that they wanted to rebel? Or do they think Long Feiyi is in charge of Tianning? Your Majesty, please calm down. Chenxia definitely did not have such intentions. It's just that those lowly commoners have never been able to distinguish right from wrong. Whoever gives them benefits, they will side with that person. This was especially true for the southern and northern Ning counties, where the folk customs had always been valiant. I hope your Highness will reconsider and not fall into the Duke of Qin's trap. Finally, Emperor Tianhui listened to Noble Consort Shui's explanation. He wasn't so ignorant as to fail to see through the intricacies of the situation, but he was too angry to think straight. After a period of silence, Emperor Tianhui had no choice but to summon Eunuch Lu back. Write up an imperial edict. The Duke of Qin has rendered meritorious service in relieving the disaster areas. When he returns to the capital, he'll be richly rewarded. As for Gu Beiwe, Emperor Tianhui paused before changing his tune. Summon Imperial Physician Huang and have him bring the best medicine to treat the Duke of Qin's illness. If Emperor Tianhui wanted to win back the hearts of the people, treating the Duke of Qin well was his only choice. Your Majesty, the Imperial Physician Courtyard has 2 Imperial Physician Huangs. Which one are you referring to? Eunuch Luo asked in a low voice. Huang Gengchen. His medical skills are second only to Gu Beiyue's. Remember, tell him to treat the Duke of Qin as soon as possible, Emperor Tianhui emphasized. Without a doubt, he wanted to send Imperial Physician Huang to hurry the Duke of Qin. Would the Duke of Qin be able to keep up the pretense if the Imperial Physician was already there? Gu Beiyue had been waiting by the sickbed the entire time. He watched Eunuch Luo's retreating form with a silent smile. When the Empress Dowager had made things difficult for him and forced him to stay at the Duke of Qin's estate, it was Imperial Physician Huang who had secretly treated him. Although Han Yunshi didn't know the relationship between him and Imperial Physician Huang, Han Yunshi and Imperial Physician Huang were still friends. Seeing that things had come to an end, noble consort Shui quickly offered up a decoction of medicine. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is more important. Noble consort Shui was still young, barely in her early 20s. She ranked 3rd among the 4 noble consorts and was the imperial uncle's concubine's daughter. She was also the Empress Dowager's niece. The imperial uncle's estate had fallen from power, but Empress Dowager Li was still alive, so noble consort Shui hadn't been affected much. Of the 4 noble consorts, the second imperial son's mother, noble consort Xiao, had fallen out of favor. Noble consort Ning stayed at home and didn't fight for her place, while noble consort Yun had been poisoned to death. Noble consort Shui had taken advantage of the situation to win the emperor's favor. Add to that the Empress Dowager's support, and she was now the most glorious person in the palace. Emperor Tianhui drank his medicine as he flipped through memorials to the throne. Suddenly, he saw a memorial from the Ministry of Rites asking for a marriage alliance between West Chu and the Princess of West Chu. The Princess of West Chu was none other than Chu Qingge. Because she represented West Chu in this marriage alliance, the West Chu Emperor had conferred her the title of Princess of West Chu. Chu Qingge's status was noble to begin with, but now that she'd been conferred such a title, the struggle for the throne would become interesting once she married into Tianning. Whether it was the imperial court or the harem, plenty of people wanted to depose the insane empress. Noble consort Shui stole a glance at the memorial from the Ministry of Rites, her heart uneasy. She'd seen Chu Qingge before. Heaven knows what kind of chaos Tianning's harem would cause if that woman came. Noble consort Shui thought it over before deciding to find Crown Prince consort Mu Luiyue to discuss the matter. After all, they were in the same boat. If Mu Luiyue wanted to become empress in the future, she'd have to support the Crown Prince to seize the throne. She'd have to nip any potential threats in the bud. Late that night, noble consort Shui personally went to the Eastern Palace to see Mu Luiyue. But Mu Luiyue simply ignored her warning. Even if Chu Qingge can give His Majesty an imperial son as soon as she arrives, what kind of waves can a baby in swaddling clothes cause? Noble consort Shui, you're underestimating His Highness Crown Prince too much. Mu Luiyue's sufferings in the Eastern Palace were only known to its members. In front of outsiders, she could only puff herself up at her own cost and pretend as if nothing had happened while wholeheartedly protecting His Highness Crown Prince. Luiyue, it's not that I'm underestimating the Crown Prince, but you're the one who's underestimating Western Zhou's Chu clan. Noble consort Shui said sincerely. Forget it, forget it. Leave these matters for the Crown Prince's advisors to worry about. It's getting late, so noble consort Shui should go back, Mu Luiyue said impatiently. Noble consort Shui was currently favored by the emperor and was the perfect person to blow pillow talk to. Who wouldn't curry favor with her? But Mu Luiyue, the Crown Prince's consort, didn't put her in her eyes at all. In the end, noble consort Shui relied on the Empress Dowager, who placed all her hopes on the crown prince. No matter how angry noble consort Shui was, she couldn't do anything to Mu Luiyue. After sending noble consort Shui off, Mu Luiyue immediately issued orders. Someone come, prepare a generous gift for me. I'm going to give it to Chu Qingge. Actually, Mu Luiyue had been thinking about Chu Qingge's marriage even before noble consort Shui's arrival. Mu Luiyue's only thought was that Chu Qingge hated Han Yunxi to the core, just as she hated Han Yunxi. In other words, they were on the same boat. She couldn't count on the crown prince, so she only hoped that Chu Qingge would marry into her family so they could plot revenge together. Han Yunxi was still far away in Jiangnan's plum blossom garden. If she knew about Mu Luiyue's plans, what would she think? She didn't care much about Chu Qingge's marriage. Even the Empress Dowager couldn't do anything to her, much less a newbie in the imperial harem. Right now, she was more concerned about when Long Feiyi would be willing to return to the capital. She thought that her leisurely days were numbered, but Long Feiyi still hadn't returned. When imperial physician Huang showed up, she didn't need to show her face. Chu Shifeng sent him away with a few words. Was he really going to make Emperor Tianhui beg him for help like he said? That was worth looking forward to. Today, General Bailey sent a messenger pigeon with news of Fishery Island. Han Yunxi glanced at the letter and smiled. The effects of the medicine are about to wear off. The ice on Fishery Island's illusory sea lake had already begun to melt. Her medicine was about to wear off as well, so there was no need to keep fishing. Long Feiyi had long stopped caring about the matter. Cold, he said. Chu Shifeng, send orders to guard Fishery Island to the death. Don't slack off a single bit. Jun Yixie was still trapped on Fishery Island. Long Feiyi had given him two choices: die at sea or die of old age on Fishery Island. Han Yunxi knew that this man was still angry, so she quietly offered him a cup of tea. After some hesitation, she said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid news of what happened on Fishery Island will spread very quickly." Han Yunxi didn't finish, but the matter was very troublesome. For one thing, Long Feiyi had mobilized an entire navy to deal with a single Jun Yixie. If Emperor Tianhui found out, he'd definitely pursue the matter. Although General Bailey was one of Long Feiyi's men, the navy still belonged to the imperial court in name. Secondly, once news of Jun Yixie's grudge against her and her husband spread, heaven knows how many people would use her loss as an excuse to slap Long Feiyi in the face. Thirdly, once news of the chastity mark spread, the Empress Dowager would never let it go. Fourthly, Jun Yixie was using Northern Li's boat. Someone in the imperial court would definitely know that he'd come to Fishery Island, so they'd make a fuss about it too. Han Yunxi's considerations were all necessary. Long Feiyi naturally knew all of this, but he still replied to Han Yunxi, "Don't worry. Go make preparations, I'll take you out for a spring walk tomorrow." "A spring walk? Your Highness is in such a good mood." Han Yunxi laughed. If this fellow was in such a good mood, then she didn't need to worry about any of those troubles. Spring plowing had already begun, making it the perfect time for all living things to recover. The grass was long and the orioles were flying. The weather was neither hot nor cold, and the scenery was perfect. Wouldn't it be romantic to go out for a walk at this time? His Highness Duke of Qin was a man of interests as well. Han Yunxi really didn't want to go back to the capital. As soon as Han Yunxi left, a guard arrived. "Your Highness, there's news from Guqi Sha. He wants to meet you on the 15th of next month." Long Feiyi's cold eyes flickered with emotion. Did he find those two ingredients? He didn't say. He only asked for the 15th of next month. "Please set the location, Your Highness," the guard replied. "He's still in Medicine Ghost Valley. Tell him your lordship will definitely arrive on time." Long Feiyi said. Chapter 409. The aftermath of the Fishery Island incident was going to be troublesome. Coupled with the matter of Mute Granny and the 7 noble families, Long Feiyi was actually very, very busy. She didn't know where he got the mood to take the initiative to accompany Han Yunxi on a spring outing. Han Yunxi didn't know how many things Long Feiyi had to deal with, but despite her happiness, she still felt that this spring outing was probably not as simple as it seemed. But reality proved that Long Feiyi really was just accompanying her for a walk. The two of them sat in the large open carriage. Long Feiyi took Han Yunxi's hand and pressed it on his knee. His movements were so natural. Han Yunxi glanced at him and felt an indescribable feeling. The two of them were always indifferent. There was nothing vigorous, and there were no vows of undying love. It was as if they had only been together for a short time and were very unfamiliar with each other. However, there were always a few inadvertent small movements that gave Han Yunxi the illusion that she had been with him for most of her life. Han Yunxi gently placed her other hand on Long Feiyi's hand and leaned on his shoulder. "Your Highness, Long Feiyi said indifferently. "It's nothing, I just wanted to call you a little," Han Yunxi smiled. She didn't know what Long Feiyi's expression was, but in short, he fell silent. Not long after, Han Yunxi called out again. "Your Highness," this time, Long Feiyi didn't answer her. Han Yunxi pouted and didn't say much. But after a while, she suddenly said, "Long Feiyi." Long Feiyi still didn't say anything, but Han Yunxi clearly felt his hand stiffen. Han Yunxi couldn't help but laugh as she leaned on his shoulder. At this moment, Long Feiyi said coldly, "You've got guts?" Although his voice was cold, Han Yunxi was no longer afraid of him. In the past, she was often timid, but this time, she was no longer afraid of him because he was so fierce. This woman must have forgotten the consequences of playing a prank on Long Feiyi in the black market. She was still laughing foolishly. How was this a prank? She was clearly teasing the Duke of Qin. Long Feiyi turns to look at him. Seeing his cold expression, Han Yunxi immediately holds back her laughter, but the smile still comes out from her eyes. "In a good mood?" Long Feiyi raised his eyebrows and asked. Han Yunxi nodded honestly. This was their first time going on a trip. In modern terms, it could be considered a date. "Do you want something better?" Long Feiyi asked again. "Something better?" Han Yunxi was a little bewildered. Before she could figure it out, Long Fei had already cupped the back of her head and leaned in to seal her lips with a kiss. This kiss had a hint of punishment and was especially forceful. She really did have guts. He used so much force, but she didn't show any weakness and counterattack. Unknowingly, the two of them were lost in their passion. Even though his large hand was holding the back of her head, she still couldn't bear it and fell backwards. She fell backwards, but he didn't help her. Instead, he leaned down and covered her full body with his large hand. Han Yunxi was shocked and unconsciously pushed him away. Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi was also awake. His deep eyes were bottomless, and she didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at her for a while before pulling her up. The two of them sat down and fell into silence. The driver sitting in front of them straightened his body. Not to mention looking back, he didn't even dare to move. He was at a loss. His Highness Duke of Qin had always been conservative and didn't like women. When did he develop such a bad habit? It looked like he had to prepare a curtain for this open carriage, just in case. Leaving Jiangnan's plum blossom courtyard, the carriage drove into the mountains. The entire journey was full of spring. Everywhere was lush green, the streams gurgling, and the green lawns on both sides were full of unknown wildflowers. Butterflies fluttered in the air, and a shepherd boy played his flute. Han Yunxi didn't like tall buildings, pavilions, or famous mountains and rivers. What she loved the most was this kind of simple scenery and fresh air. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to care. She lowered her head and sat upright. Her heart was still beating wildly. Just now it was so dangerous. It turned out that such a cold and indifferent man also had a time when he turned into a wolf. Even though it was very abnormal for her to still have the chastity mark after marriage, it was a kind of shame. However, that was only in the eyes of outsiders. She was very clear that she and Long Fei Yi were only husband and wife in name. Ever since she cured him of the poison on their wedding night, they had always been in a business relationship. Now that they were together, it could be called fate or an accident. Han Yunxi was in a daze, her thoughts running wild. However, not long after, Long Fei Yi pulled her into his embrace. He acted as if nothing had happened and said indifferently to the coachman, "There's a tea garden up ahead. Let's rest there." The coachman was an outsider, but he was even more nervous than Han Yunxi. He quickly replied, "Yes, yes." The tea garden that Long Fei Yi mentioned was called Drunken Tea House. It was a leisure tea garden similar to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. Generally speaking, the first batch of spring tea would be released around the Qingming festival. However, this drunken tea house had a type of tea called drunken tea. It was released around this time. It was obvious that Long Fei Yi was an honored guest of this tea house. He had deliberately brought Han Yunxi here to taste tea. In their exclusive courtyard, the two sat cross-legged across from each other. There was only a tea boy to serve them. Han Yunxi liked to drink tea, but she wasn't a tea fanatic. However, after following Long Fei Yi for a long time, she was also influenced by him. Gradually, she had the habit of drinking tea every day. Drunken tea, this is the first time I've heard of it. Han Yunxi took the teacup and secretly activated the detoxification system to analyze the tea's composition. Who knew that it really did have alcohol composition, and it wasn't low. This cup of tea was probably equivalent to a cup of wine. They had just sat down, but Long Fei Yi had already drunk 2 cups. Han Yunxi couldn't help but have a little idea in her heart. She really wanted to know how this guy looked like when he was drunk. Her alcohol tolerance wasn't good. She only took a sip and then started to order pastries. He drank tea, she ate tea. It was already a rule. He said that in the future, she would order tea. Without exception, she ordered a table of sweet. "Your Highness, try it. It tastes good." Han Yunxi definitely didn't know that Long Fei Yi basically didn't eat sweet things. Long Fei Yi only took a small sip and then put it down. "It's just so. Then try this." When it came to delicious food, it must be shared to have fun. Helpless, Long Fei Yi only smelled it and didn't even touch it. "It's too greasy." Han Yunxi gave up. She tasted it happily. She always felt that the tea and pastries were different from other places, but she couldn't tell why. In the end, Long Fei Yi drank a pot of drunken tea. His mind was still sober, but Han Yunxi was drunk. No one told her that the tea and pastries here were all added with drunken tea powder. Like tea, there was no alcohol taste, but the alcohol content was much higher than tea. Looking at the drunk Han Yunxi lying on the table, Long Fei Yi's mouth curved into a helpless smile. "Sir Long, these tea and pastries are easy to get drunk. Why didn't you remind her?" The servant couldn't help asking. "If she likes it, let her be. She'll wake up after a nap," Long Fei Yi said mildly. After helping Han Yunxi put on a cloak, he drank his tea as if he was drinking wine, forming a world of his own. He really didn't have any ulterior motives, but simply wanted to take Han Yunxi out to relieve her boredom. Whatever she liked, he was happy to do as she wished. As long as she was happy. The servant didn't ask any more questions, but quietly waited on them. The garden was filled with spring colors, and the tea smoke rose in spirals. It was extremely cozy. Unexpectedly, the sleeping Han Yunxi suddenly started to mumble in her sleep. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Long Fei Yi quickly set down his teacup, as if wanting to hear what she was saying. Without a choice, Han Yunxi only kept saying, "Your Highness." Her voice was as soft as water, enough to soften one's heart. "Your Highness! Your Highness! Yunxi really likes you." Long Fei Yi gave a start before he recovered his senses. He quietly looked at Han Yunxi, his eyes filled with a never-before-seen tenderness. He sat down by her side and stroked back a few strands of her hair. Her cheeks were pink, her drunken beauty beautiful, and her eyebrows filled with the air of a young girl. As Long Fei stared and stared, he suddenly felt heartache for some reason. Han Yunshi, you meeting your lordship, was it right? Was it wrong? After settling Han Yunshi into a guest room in the courtyard, Long Fei Yi sat alone by the door to keep watch. He was only going out on a trip, but many things still came knocking on his door. Soon enough, a guard came to report. Your Highness, Northern Li's imperial clan, has sent a letter to His Majesty, reprimanding General Bailey for sending troops to besiege Jun Xie for no reason. They're threatening His Majesty to either release him or prepare for war. His Majesty is urgently summoning General Bailey back to the capital. Emperor Tianhui was smart enough to only summon General Bailey instead of making a move against Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi had long predicted this, but he didn't understand what part of Jun Xie had caught the emperor's eye. Even his collusion with Duanmu Yao hadn't shaken Jun Xie's position in the emperor's heart at all. Your Highness, General Bailey is waiting for your news. The guard was still anxious. Long Fei Yi only replied, when a general is in a foreign land, he won't obey military orders. Your Highness, actually, many of Long Fei Ye's subordinates disapproved of Long Fei Ye's decision to send troops to besiege Fishery Island. After all, it affected the relationship between the two nations on a personal level. Tianing country's strength was waning and its court was unstable. If they started a war with Northern Li now, it'd be disadvantageous to either side. When did you learn to waste words? Long Fei Yi said coldly. This subordinate obeys. The guard didn't dare say more, but left immediately. By the time Han Yunshi woke up, they'd already returned to Jiangnan's plum blossom garden. She was speechless when she realized how she'd gotten drunk. Long Fei Yi was a very bad man. She'd hardly left the room when the little guard Su Donglin told her about the Northern Dynasty's emperors warning Emperor Tianhui. Although Han Yunshi felt that Emperor Tianhui was weak, she was very clear on the difference in power between Tianing and Northern Li. She pushed open the door to the study and said, Your Highness, Tianhui can accuse you of mutiny. Moreover, you'll be a criminal as soon as war breaks out. Long Fei Yi casually hid away the annals of the 7 noble families and asked, How about we make a bet? Bet on what? Han Yunshi didn't understand. Bet that Northern Li won't dare to start a war, Long Fei Yi said before adding, Never. Han Yunshi was alarmed. Long Fei Yi might have spoken casually, but she knew he wasn't the type to speak empty words. Northern Li was the strongest country in Cloud Realm continent. Where did Long Fei Yi get his confidence from? And forever at that? Just what kind of trap was this guy planning? Chapter 410. A bet? What's at stake? Last time at the black market, Han Yunshi successfully haggled and Long Fei Yi said he would reward her handsomely. She said she wanted all of him. He asked her if she really wanted it. She thought about it carefully before replying. It sounded like a joke, but she still remembered it. You'll have to pay back what you owe one day. Your Highness, what's at stake? Han Yunshi was very interested. Han Yunshi thought about it for a long time. She didn't want to say she wanted all of him. The concept was too vague. Wasn't what he had also hers? Han Yunshi felt that she should ask for something more practical. She bit her thumb and fell into deep thought. Long Fei Yi glanced at her. He didn't know where this woman got the confidence to make a bet with him. Han Yunshi thought for a while before saying, Your Highness, if I win, can you bring me to Tianshan Kenzo to broaden my horizons? Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao were both martial arts prodigies. They were both closed-door disciples of the Tianshan Kenzo sect master. He didn't know what kind of person the sect master was to dote on Duanmu Yao so much that he wanted Long Fei Yi to protect Duanmu Yao until she turned 18. As the sect master, how could he not see through Duanmu Yao's nature? And if you lose? Long Fei retorted. Your Highness can set the conditions. Han Yunshi was very generous. You're so sure you'll win? Long Fei Yi didn't understand. This woman was so smart. Was she still dreaming? Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi laughed. This concubine will definitely win. This concubine is betting that Northern Li will never start a war first. Long Fei Ye's expression froze. Han Yunshi laughed heartily. Han Yunshi, oh Han Yunshi. How could you play people like this? You're practically a scoundrel. Afraid that Long Fei Yi would go back on his word, Han Yunshi said anxiously, Your Highness, we've already agreed. You can't go back on your word. Only vile people and women are hard to deal with. What else could Long Fei Yi do? A look of helpless affection flashed across his eyes as he promised her, Let's wait for a chance. I won't go to Tianshan Mountain in the near future. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. All right, Chen Xie will remember it. Until now, this guy owed her everything and a trip to Mount Tianshan. She didn't owe him anything. Your Highness, how can you be so sure that Northern Li won't start the war? You have a brilliant plan? Is it really okay for Han Yunshi to ask this question after winning a round? Long Fei Yi glanced at her and answered, I'm not telling you. This could be considered a small punishment for this woman's audacity. Han Yunshi felt guilty and didn't dare to ask again. She was going to wait and see what would happen. Soon enough, Chu Shifeng found out about their bet. Head guard Chu warned everyone in front of the guards, Don't ever bet with our mistress. She has no record of losing. Han Yunshi had been pondering over the antidote for Bailey Mingxiang over the past few days. In her spare time, she studied Northern Li's situation as well. But no matter how much she understood, she couldn't figure out where Long Fei Yi got his confidence from. He was so sure that the powerful Northern Li would never start the war. After all, Northern Li revered martial arts and had always used its military might to intimidate the surrounding powers. Over the past few years, it had been Northern Li that had started all the wars on its borders. Could it be that Long Fei Yi had some sort of secret that could be used against Northern Li? Han Yunshi was ashamed of her inferiority to Long Fei Yi when it came to strategizing. In the end, she decided not to think about anything else. Over the past few days, Emperor Tianhui had urged her repeatedly. If he wasn't sending people, then he was sending letters. But Long Fei Yi had already claimed that he was ill. He didn't even bother to read the letters, but simply handed them to Chu Shifeng. Under Gu Beiyue's care, Emperor Tianhui's health had almost recovered. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi had angered him into falling ill again. Just what does he want? Does he want to rebel? A general doesn't obey military orders in a foreign land. How could he say something like that? Rebel, rebel, rebel. Jin shouldn't have pitted mother and son in the first place. I should have exterminated them. Emperor Tianhui was furious to the extreme. He huffed and puffed as he paced back and forth in his sleeping quarters. All of the servants, noble consort Shui, and Gu Beiyue were kneeling, but none of them dared to persuade him otherwise. Emperor Tianhui dearly wished he could issue an imperial edict ordering Long Fei Yi to return immediately. But he still remembered noble consort Shui's warning. A few days ago, he'd summoned a few of his trusted officials to the imperial study. They all agreed that it wasn't a good idea to issue an imperial edict. Although an imperial edict represented the highest authority, the emperor couldn't issue it as he wished. Once he did, it would be made public. Everyone would know, and Emperor Tianhui didn't want to be labeled as an incapable ruler or a tyrant. Moreover, the Bailey Navy had surrounded Fishery Island and trapped Jun Yixie. Even if Emperor Tianhui issued an imperial edict, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Fei Yi. General Bailey had taken responsibility for the entire affair. Although Long Fei Yi had said, a general doesn't obey military orders in a foreign land, it was General Bailey who'd told Emperor Tianhui about it. Long Fei Yi had only briefly explained that he'd sent the navy to transport the fish, but didn't know anything else. Emperor Tianhui didn't know what to do with him. Aside from that, this was a good chance to strip General Bailey of his military power. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that at this critical juncture. First of all, Northern Li was pressing them too hard. Once war broke out, Tianning would suffer from a severe famine last year. Their national coffers would be in dire straits, and it'd be impossible to prepare for a major war in the short term. Secondly, Long Fei and General Bailey would be forced into a corner. Judging from their current attitudes, it'd only take a single thought for them to rebel and usurp the throne. As Emperor Tianhui mused and mused, his anger gradually turned into melancholy. He didn't know why he'd been so foolish over the past few years. Unknowingly, he'd allowed the Duke of Qin's power to grow so much. He'd been on guard against him for so many years, but in the end, he couldn't stop him. Although he and the Empress Dowager both claimed that they were merciful enough to spare Grand Concubine Yi and her son, they knew the truth better than anyone else. The late emperor's doting on Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei-Ye's death exemption medallion were the key to saving their lives. There was no way to urge the Duke of Qin to return, nor could he issue an imperial edict. In the end, Emperor Tianhui went to find Empress Dowager Li. "Mohu, there's news from Northern Li's side. They say that the incident at Fishery Island had something to do with Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi still has the gecko cinnabar mark on her arm," Emperor Tianhui said in a low voice. The news hadn't been publicized yet. Jun Yixie and Northern Li's imperial clan wouldn't be stupid enough to ruin Jun Yixie's character just to ruin Han Yunshi's reputation. Once the news spread to both countries, Jun Yixie would be condemned by the masses. Still, Empress Dowager Li could still find out through the grapevine. She'd long heard of the news. "What does His Majesty mean?" Empress Dowager Li asked. Aken would like to ask Mohu to show her face. As Emperor Tianhui spoke, he drew close to Empress Dowager Li's ear and whispered for a long time. The Empress Dowager nodded again and again in agreement. A few days later, Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Garden received a secret missive from the Empress Dowager. It wasn't for Long Fei but Han Yunshi. Some men's struggles were caused by women, while some men's struggles were caused by women against each other. That was because women's pillow talk was the best way to influence a man's decisions. Long Fei and Han Yunshi had just woken up and were drinking afternoon tea when Chu Shifeng handed over the missive. "For me?" Han Yunshi was surprised. She glanced at Long Fei before quickly opening the letter. The contents were lengthy and voluminous. Han Yunshi skimmed through the contents before breaking into a cold smile. Empress Dowager Li used all sorts of persuasive words and analyzed the pros and cons, but all she said was, if Long Fei and Han Yunshi returned to the capital and had the Bailey Navy withdraw, then she wouldn't pursue the matter of the chastity mark. She was also willing to intercede for General Bailey's unauthorized deployment of troops and guarantee that the Emperor wouldn't pursue the matter, using both grace and severity to give the Emperor enough face. Han Yunshi handed the missive to Long Fei, who didn't even read it before handing it to Chu Shifeng. "Your Highness, how should we reply?" Chu Shifeng asked modestly. "This is a secret missive for Wang Fei." "Wang Fei, do as you see fit," Long Fei intoned. Han Yunshi didn't think much of it, but simply told Chu Shifeng, "Just reply the same way you did before." Empress Dowager Li's missive seemed like a show of grace, but it was actually a threat. Leaving aside Long Fei, even Han Yunshi herself wasn't someone anyone could threaten. In the end, Chu Shifeng still shot the Duke of Qin a questioning look, but His Highness Duke of Qin didn't reply. "His mistress is getting more and more capable of making decisions," Chu Shifeng mused. Just like that, Emperor Tianhui's coercion failed again. Northern Li's imperial clan was pressing him hard. There were even rumors that the Northern Dynasty's emperors were already preparing to send troops to the three-way battlefield. Emperor Tianhui feared Northern Li's armored cavalry more than anything else in his life. He kept sending letters to Western Zhou's emperor to ask for reinforcements while sending the crown prince to invite Long Fei back to the capital to discuss military matters. Yes, it was an invitation. He couldn't rush or force him, so he could only invite him back. The Duke of Qin really put on airs. Empress Dowager Li's missive even demanded that the Bailey Navy withdraw its troop. A few days later, Emperor Tianhui relented and said he wanted to discuss matters instead of asking them to withdraw. It was clear to see how anxious he was. Long Tianma invited Mu Qingwu along as well, and the two of them whipped their horses into a gallop. 6 steeds were left paralyzed as they reached Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens in the shortest time possible. One was the heir apparent, the other the young general. Naturally, the Duke of Qin would receive them, but he received them in bed. March in Jiangnan was a scene of white apricots, red peach blossoms, and green willow trees. The plum blossoms in Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens had yet to fall, but were still dancing in the air. Compared to the cherry blossoms, this place lacked the romantic sweetness and had more of a desolate pride. Within the tea-house, Long Feiyi was lying on a tatami mat, his face cold and indifferent as always. It was as if nothing in the world could attract his attention or warm his heart. Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu were kneeling in front of him. They'd already asked about his condition and given him some nourishing medicines. Currently, they were lost in thought. Although the Duke of Qin was only a few years older than them, Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu still held him in awe and reverence. If possible, neither of them wanted to make an enemy out of the Duke of Qin. Mu Qingwu secretly tugged at Long Tianma's sleeve. Long Tianma was about to get down to business when Han Yunxi suddenly appeared. Note to the readers. Update a chapter first, then continue writing. Group 1 and 2 are full. Group 3 is 399751923. Chapter 411. As soon as Han Yunxi arrived, Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu both rose to their feet. It had been a long time since they'd seen this woman, so they naturally missed her. Long Tianma could tell at a glance that she'd gained some weight. Disaster relief was a laborious task, but Imperial Uncle Qin was the one who brought her here. How could he allow her to suffer? Even though Long Tianma was 1,000 times unwilling, he still called out, "Imperial Aunt." Han Yunxi didn't speak, but nodded and gestured for Long Tianma to sit down. "Good luck to esteemed Wang Fei." Mu Qingwu bowed his head in greeting. "Young general, you may rise." Han Yunxi's polite tone was distant. "Thanks to esteemed Wang Fei." Mu Qingwu's attitude was the same as before. He rose to his knees and returned to Long Tianma's right. Han Yunxi sat next to Long Feiyi without asking any questions. She was very quiet. Long Tianma was about to speak about Northernly, but Han Yunxi's presence stopped him from speaking. Although he didn't like war, he still felt a bellyful of anger whenever he thought of that bastard Jun Yixia harboring designs on Han Yunxi. If he had a chance to express his opinion, he'd definitely support the Duke of Qin's actions. Even if he didn't kill Jun Yixia, he'd trap him on Fishery Island until he died. Unfortunately, the Emperor had entrusted him with this task. As the heir apparent of a nation, he had a responsibility to the people of Tianing country as well. Once war broke out, the people would suffer the most. Compared to Long Tianma, the military man Mu Qingwu was much more decisive. After hiding all the emotions in his heart, Mu Qingwu rose to his feet and got down on one knee. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, Your Highness and this general have been entrusted by the Emperor and the millions of civilians in the 3 cities bordering the 3-way battlefield. We have come to invite you and General Bailey back to the imperial capital to discuss military and political matters." As soon as Mu Qingwu said this, Long Tianma came back to his senses. He felt guilty for letting Mu Qingwu speak first. He hurriedly said, "Imperial Uncle Qin, Imperial Father had me prepare an 8-horse carriage to specially invite you and Imperial Aunt back. Jun Yixia has gone too far. Everyone is still waiting for you and Imperial Aunt to discuss the war in Northernly." "What is there to discuss?" Long Feiyi asked. "To discuss battle strategy," Long Tianma quickly replied. "However," Long Feiyi said, "this prince has never been involved in the affairs of the imperial court, much less the military. Leave it to His Majesty to make the decision. Han Yunshi sat on one side without a word, but her heart was secretly laughing. Even she was often left speechless by Long Feiye's words, to say nothing of the two men before her. Emperor Tianhui should have invited a professional lobbyist instead. Long Tianma hesitated for a long time before he spoke again. Imperial Uncle Qin, then General Bailey. Before he could finish, Long Feiyi retorted cold. Crown Prince means to say that it was your lordship who ordered the Bailey Navy to surround Fishery Island? Long Tianma wasn't at a loss for words, but his heart was stifled. That was the truth. How would General Bailey dare to move without the Duke of Qin's orders? Still, he had to deny it. No, that's not what Tianma meant. I just wanted to ask Imperial Uncle Qin for advice on how to deal with General Bailey. Your lordship has already said that I don't involve myself in military affairs. You should go back and ask your imperial father, Long Feiyi said simply as he waved a hand to send him off. Long Tianma had run into an extraordinarily large wall. Fortunately, he had a good temper and patience. If he was like his father, he'd probably flip out on the spot. Mu Qingwu, who was still kneeling on one side, had an impatient temper. Your Highness, the people at the border are innocent. Tianning soldiers are innocent as well. We're running out of supplies and provisions. Moreover, the weather at the three-way battlefield is still cold. If we start fighting now, the casualties will be incalculable. Your Highness, please reconsider. Despite Mu Qingwu's agitation, Long Feiyi only shot him a cold glance. Young General, you should say those words to General Bailey instead. Your Highness! Mu Qingwu was starting to get angry. Your Highness, this soldier doesn't advocate sparing Jun Yixie. Killing a beast like Jun Yixie with a single blow would be letting him off too easily. This soldier only hopes that Your Highness can go back and discuss a countermeasure. They should be able to come up with a countermeasure that wouldn't release Jun Yixie without starting a war. That was his true goal in traveling with the Crown Prince. As Mu Qingwu spoke, he snuck a peek at Han Yunshi. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi remained silent. Mu Qingwu was both agitated and furious, his chest heaving up and down. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi retorted, Your lordship doesn't involve himself in military affairs. Don't you understand? Han Yunshi counted silently on the side. Long Feiyi had already said the same thing 3 times. He was already quite patient with these two men. Mu Qingwu stared blankly for a while before finally giving up. This soldier understands. It wasn't until the two men left that Han Yunshi spoke up. Your Highness, the young general did remind Qinxie of something just then. The three-way battlefield is still freezing cold, so we'll be at a disadvantage if we start fighting. But Northernly might not be able to gain the upper hand. In this season, there was still a lot of snow in the north that hadn't melted yet. The weather was still cold, and it would occasionally snow in some places. Northernly mainly relied on animal husbandry and hunting. In the winter, the warhorses and other livestock could only eat the grass that was stored last year. In fact, Northernly's war supplies might not be abundant in this season. Moreover, if they started fighting at this time, it would affect a major event in Northernly, the spring hunt. Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunshi with interest. Continue. Qinxie was just guessing. Han Yunshi wasn't being modest, but she really didn't know much about Northernly. Perhaps they had ample reserves. Then just say it casually. Long Feiyi was very interested. Since he said so, Han Yunshi really said whatever came to mind. Your Highness, the young general has fought with Northernly several times, so he should be very familiar with Northernly's situation. The young general didn't consider that Northernly would have a shortage of provisions, so I'm sure Northernly has always been prepared. Han Yunshi hesitated for a moment before continuing, but Your Highness is certain that Northernly won't go to war. So Qinxie boldly guessed that Your Highness might have a way to tamper with Northernly's provisions. Tampering with a country's war supplies was easier said than done. Not to mention getting close to these things, even knowing the whereabouts of these things was difficult. Han Yunxi felt that she was thinking too much. She looked at Long Feiyi, waiting for his answer. However, Long Feiyi only patted her shoulder and said indifferently, "It's getting late, go rest." So, she guessed wrong? Han Yunxi shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, she knew that he wouldn't say anything and was deliberately whetting her appetite. Who told her to win the bet? Just wait, she'd have an answer soon enough. In any case, she knew that Long Feiyi would go back eventually. Emperor Tianhui had urged him repeatedly, but he still hadn't moved. It was probably time for him to beg for help. When begging for help, one had to show their sincerity. Although Han Yunxi wasn't the person who understood Long Feiyi best in the world, her guesses were always spot on. A few days later, Northern Li's southern borders really did show signs of reinforcement. Emperor Tianhui grew anxious. Thus, he gave Long Feiyi a list of memorials from the Ministry of Appointments, as well as a few recommendations from other officials. These memorials were all about filling the vacant position of South Ning Prefecture's provincial governor. Some of these memorials recommended Long Fei's side, while others recommended Emperor Tianhui's. 2 or 3 of them were from the neutral faction. Emperor Tianhui had said that the Duke of Qin had personally visited the disaster regions and understood South Ning Prefecture's situation the best. It was up to the Duke of Qin to decide who was qualified for the position. This seemed perfectly justified and proper, but anyone who understood the situation would know that Emperor Tianhui was yielding. To put it bluntly, this was already a sincere plea for the Duke of Qin to return. All of the memorials were spread out on the desk. Han Yunxi walked around in a circle and looked through them all. She recognized some of them, but didn't recognize others. She asked them one by one and familiarized herself with them before politely dividing the memorials into 3 piles: those from the Duke of Qin's faction, those from the Royalist faction, and those from the neutral faction. "Your Highness, please pick one that's pleasing to the eye." Han Yunxi copied the servant's words and spoke respectfully. Even she felt like she was asking Long Feiyi to choose a consort. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi casually picked one from the Royalist faction. Seeing this, Han Yunxi and Chu Shifeng both grew alarmed. "Master, you made a mistake," Chu Shifeng blurted out. But Long Feiyi only glanced at the name on the memorial before tossing it over. "He's the one, report it up." What did His Highness Duke of Qin mean by this? He didn't want a free advantage? Chu Shifeng stood rooted to the spot, a habit of his that made him shoot a questioning glance at Han Yunxi whenever he was at a loss. Han Yunxi burst into laughter. "Your Highness, I heard His Majesty is ill and can't be provoked. Is it really alright for you to do this?" The intelligent Han Yunxi immediately understood that no matter what Long Fei's original stance was, the person he chose would definitely surrender to him as soon as he picked them. The Duke of Qin had stayed in South Ning Prefecture for a few months and had also stayed in the prefectural governor's mansion for a long time. He had already set up quite a number of forces. Who wouldn't be afraid of the Duke of Qin's remaining power after being sent here to be the prefectural governor? Thus, even if Emperor Tianhui's men came, they'd have to surrender to the Duke of Qin. Han Yunxi finally understood as well. She looked at Long Fei and couldn't help but rejoice at the fact that she hadn't made an enemy out of him. Otherwise, it was very possible that she'd be killed without even realizing it. But there was one thing that Han Yunxi couldn't figure out. If not for the position of senior provincial official, what else was Long Feiyi doing all this for? After delaying for so long, it was time to go back. Chu Shifeng, send the memorial back. Just say esteemed Wang Fei isn't in a good mood, so your lordship wants to keep her company for a few more days, Long Feiyi instructed. Chu Shifeng didn't understand, so he could only do as he was told. Han Yunxi's heart was filled with warmth. She understood. A few days later, the Empress Dowager sent a letter to comfort Han Yunxi instead of using the carrot and stick. She also made it clear that the matter of the chastity mark was their own business and wouldn't look into it. With this proof, there was no need to worry about the Empress Dowager digging up old debts in the future. Han Yunshi knew she was completely safe. For the first time, she realized that this man could be so meticulous and perfect with his work. Finally, His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei set out for the capital. The war in Northern Li, the battle on Fishery Island, and the impending marriage alliance. All of these events had been squeezed together to make Tianning's capital city lively again. Chapter 412. As soon as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi returned to Tianning's capital city, Emperor Tianhui sent someone to summon Long Fei Yi to the palace for a meeting before they'd even reached the Duke of Qin's estate. "Are you going?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunshi gave a start. She never expected Long Fei Yi to ask such a question. She wasn't a shadow follower, and he'd never let her tag along when he went out on business. Long Fei Yi knitted his brows at her and asked again, "Are you going?" "I'm going," Han Yunshi replied loudly. Of course she wouldn't miss out on a good show. By now it was already dark, but there was still a group of people standing in Emperor Tianhui's imperial study. Crown Prince Long Tianma, General Mu and his son, Right Prime Minister Su Shaoquan, the Minister of War, and the Minister of Revenue were all present. All of them were on Emperor Tianhui's side. "His Highness Duke of Qin has arrived, esteemed Wang Fei has arrived," a eunuch announced loudly. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and began to whisper amongst themselves. Why had Qin Wang Fei Han Yunshi come? The emperor had summoned the Duke of Qin to discuss military affairs, so what was a woman like her doing here? After all, there were no other women in the imperial study besides court ladies. Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu both wore complicated looks on their faces, but they didn't say a word. Emperor Tianhui saw the crowd exchanging glances and whispering into each other's ears. He didn't say a word, but he had an idea of what was going on. Soon enough, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi entered the study. The two of them bowed to Emperor Tianhui, followed by the rest of the crowd. Han Yunshi glanced at Emperor Tianhui and discovered that he'd aged quite a bit in the past few months. There were even a few strands of white hair by his temples. First, he was sick. Second, he was worried about national affairs. Third, he was worried about war. As expected, it wasn't easy being an emperor. Qin Wang Fei hasn't entered the palace in ages. You should pay your respects to the Empress Dowager. Emperor Tianhui clearly wanted Han Yunshi to leave. Before Han Yunshi could speak, Long Fei Yi said, "Chen Di hasn't seen the Empress Dowager for a long time. I will go with Wang Fei later." His attitude silenced the crowd. Emperor Tianhui's hands slowly clenched into fists. He'd already been waiting for a Long Fei Yi, but now his anger was unbearable. He slapped the table and rose to his feet in anger. "Duke of Qin, Zhen summoned you here today to discuss important military and political matters. What right does a woman like Han Yunshi have to stand here?" Everyone was frightened by Emperor Tianhui's rage, but Han Yunshi remained calm and collected. If not for Long Fei Yi's invitation, she wouldn't have come at all. "Your Majesty, this subject brother thought that you summoned this subject brother into the palace for a reward. It seems that this subject brother misunderstood." Long Fei Yi's tone was light and casual, but it set off a storm in everyone's hearts. What did he mean by those words? He clearly knew that Northern Li had already made preparations for war. He clearly knew why His Majesty had yielded so much and begged him to come back. How could he stand here and say such things so indifferently? Even Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed like they'd finally witnessed the Duke of Qin's coldness and heartlessness today. In the silence of the room, Emperor Tianhui was so angry that he was panting for breath. It took him a long time to calm himself down. "Duke of Qin, you and your wife have rendered meritorious service in disaster relief. Tomorrow morning court will award you with rewards. Zhen summoned you here overnight precisely for the sake of Northern Li's war affairs. Imperial brother, after the late emperor passed away, This subject brother didn't involve himself in military or political matters. Didn't you know that all along? Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with disdain. This time, the room became even more silent. Even General Mu had a complicated expression on his face. Han Yunxi was puzzled as well. She assumed that Long Fei Yi had yielded after returning to the capital, but he was still insisting. Did he bring her to the imperial study today just to use her as an excuse to infuriate Emperor Tianhui? Emperor Tianhui stared fixedly at Long Fei Yi, his heart filled with rage and a sense of helplessness. He'd ascended the throne at the age of 25 and ruled over Tianing. He'd held great power at a young age without the coercion of distant relatives or the pressure of meritorious ministers or generals. He didn't even need the Grand Tutor to assist him. In other words, he'd seized all power as soon as he ascended the throne. But who would have thought that the Duke of Qin would keep him in check at his age? After the late emperor passed away, the first person he'd been on guard against was the Duke of Qin. He'd used all sorts of methods to force the Duke of Qin away from the center of government affairs, but never expected the Duke of Qin's retort today. He'd never believed that he'd already lost half of Tianning's imperial power, but now he had no choice but to face the facts. The Empress Dowager's banquet was the Duke of Qin's reminder to everyone that the struggle for the throne had long begun. Emperor Tianhui suddenly laughed. Zhen really is muddle-headed from illness. There's something Zhen doesn't understand. Since the Duke of Qin has come today, why don't you give Zhen an explanation? Your Majesty, please speak. Long Fei Yi was very calm. You mobilized the Bailey Navy to transport the fish. How did the Bailey Navy end up at odds with Jun Yixie? Emperor Tianhui asked seriously. Jun Yixie intended to seize the fish and sell them to Tianning's disaster areas. He not only fought with your lordship over the fish eyes, but also insulted Tianning. For the sake of protecting Tianning's face, General Bailey sent out troops to surround them and display the might of the navy to intimidate Northernly. Long Fei Yi rarely spoke such high-sounding words. When he finished, he added, "As your lordship sees it, General Bailey's merits outweigh his faults. It's only right that he be rewarded." Han Yunxi listened from the sidelines. She felt like something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Besides Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu, everyone else found the situation strange as well. They couldn't figure out His Highness Duke of Qin's intentions. Still, Emperor Tianhui stroked his beard and laughed coldly in his heart. He'd finally used the last bargaining chip in his hand. Jun Yixie's bullying of Han Yunxi hadn't been made public, so very few people knew about it. Emperor Tianhui himself had only gotten the news from Northern Li's secret agent. Long Fei Yi clearly didn't want the matter to be publicized, so he'd given General Bailey a perfectly justifiable reason. Just a moment ago, he'd said he didn't want to involve himself in politics, but now he was evaluating General Bailey's actions. Thus, hiding the fact that Han Yunxi had been bullied was Long Fei Ye's real condition. Emperor Tianhui's gloomy mood suddenly brightened. There was finally a breakthrough. The Duke of Qin's words are reasonable. But how long does General Bailey plan to keep up his show of force? There's already movement at the three-way battlefield. Does General Bailey have a battle plan? Emperor Tianhui's greatest fear was that the Bailey Navy wouldn't settle down at Fishery Island while Northernly fought at the three-way battlefield. If the Bailey Navy could head north to attack Northernly from the coastline and become the main force, then it would be Long Fei's forces fighting against Northernly instead of his own. Long Fei Yi had finally exposed his weakness today. If he wanted to protect Han Yunxi and his own reputation, then he'd have to pay the price. Long Fei Yi replied, "Chindi can't guess General Bailey's thoughts either. Your Majesty might as well ask him directly." Emperor Tianhui's eyes turned shrewd. "Duke of Qin, Duke of Qin. You're clearly in control of everything, but you still want to stay out of it. Now that you've exposed your weakness, Zhen won't let you off so easily." "Fine. Zhen will ask him properly," Emperor Tianhui said coldly. What was supposed to be a tense military meeting ended just like that. All of the officials were left confused, but Long Tianma stayed behind to ask, Imperial Father, do you really want to fight this war? Emperor Tianhui waved a hand to dismiss him without a word. The next day, Emperor Tianhui issued an imperial edict to reward the Bailey Navy for their efforts in protecting Tianning's honor. General Bailey also said that if Northern Li dared to start a war at the three-way battlefield, the Bailey Navy would head north to attack Northern Li's coastal defenses and force them to withdraw their troops. Emperor Tianhui rejoiced and approved the Bailey Navy's plan. Now Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu understood everything. Qingwu, who do you think won this time? Imperial Father or Imperial Uncle Qin? Long Tianma asked. Northern Li's coastal defenses were weak, which was where the value of Tianning's navy lay. As soon as Tianning's navy moved north, Northern Li would have to declare a ceasefire or transfer their troops to the east. They wouldn't lose too badly, but they wouldn't gain any advantages either. Did His Majesty win? Mu Qingwu said mildly. The Duke of Qin could have left Emperor Tianhui to clean up after the incident at Fishery Island, but for the sake of Han Yunxi's reputation, he'd yielded in the end. As Mu Qingwu spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Even when His Highness Duke of Qin gave in, no one could tell. Unless they knew the truth, how could any of the court officials see through him? But once war breaks out, won't Jun Yixie benefit for nothing? Mu Qingwu couldn't accept it when he thought of this. Judging from Northern Li's actions, they'll definitely go to war. Imperial Uncle Qin can only let Jun Yixie benefit like this? Long Tianma muttered to himself. Although he'd seen through the situation, he still felt regret. As soon as Han Yunxi heard the news, she rushed to Long Feiye's study in his quarters and stood in front of him, staring at him. Long Feiye calmly rolled up the annals of the 7 noble families in his hands and hid the title of the book before putting it aside. Is something the matter? He asked. Han Yunxi stared at him for a long time before she spoke. Long Feiye, you're too black-hearted. Long Feiye immediately knitted his brows. No one in the world had ever dared to stand in front of him and curse him. This woman was the first. Han Yunxi didn't care about Long Feiye's unhappy expression. She said, You were certain that Northern Li wouldn't go to war, so you had General Bailey make that promise to Tianhui. It looked like you were giving in for me, but you were playing with Tianhui again. After returning home that night, Han Yunxi had been trying to figure out Long Feiye's motives. Now she finally understood. This fellow was an expert among experts. If he hadn't been so young, he would have played Emperor Tianhui to death long ago during the struggle for the throne. How could he ever sit on the dragon throne? As long as Northern Li didn't go to war, the Bailey Navy would have a legitimate reason to surround Fishery Island. Seeing Han Yunxi's agitated expression, Long Feiye mistook her for anger and sighed softly. Isn't your lordship doing all this for you? Chapter 413. Long Feiye had appeared to yield for Han Yunxi's sake in the imperial study that night, but he'd continued to set a trap for Emperor Tianhui. Han Yunxi didn't mind that Long Feiye had used her, but she was shocked by his black-bellied methods. She was also happy that the matter of Fishery Island's navy had been resolved so perfectly, so she was especially agitated. Hearing Long Fei's sigh, she gave a start. She blurted out, Your Highness, what did you say? She'd heard everything he said clearly, but couldn't help but ask. Long Feiye was surprised that he'd said it himself. It was obvious that he didn't want to say it, so he didn't know what had happened just then. Their eyes met, Han Yunxi waiting, while Long Feiye hesitated. Your Highness. Han Yunxi called out tentatively. Long Feiye withdrew his gaze and began to tidy up the things on his desk. Your Highness, just then you said. Han Yunxi trailed off, then walked around the desk. Long Fei quickly tidied up and prepared to leave when Han Yunxi immediately went to block his way. Your Highness, what did you say just then? She asked. Nothing, Long Feiye replied mildly. You clearly said it, Han Yunshi looked up at him, her elegant face filled with sincerity. Long Feiyi glanced at her. "Your lordship needs to go out," he said, then circled around her to leave. Han Yunshi stopped him again, and grabbed his hand with a grin. "Your Highness, just then you said you were doing all this for my sake." A smile like that made it impossible for Long Fei to leave or feel cold even if he wanted to. He could tell that she was very happy. Perhaps Han Yunshi hadn't noticed, but Long Feiyi could tell that this woman had changed in front of him over the past few days. She was growing bolder and bolder. Although she still stared at him like a love-struck fool, she was no longer timid and humble. Han Yunshi really hadn't noticed the change in herself. She only knew that what used to be a one-sided love was now mutual affection. If she liked him, she liked him. What was the point of hiding it? It was hard to imagine that the domineering Duke of Qin would be questioned like this one day. In this relationship, who was more timid? Long Feiye's expression didn't change as he lectured her. "Isn't it all for your sake? If you told your lordship about Jun Yixie earlier, you wouldn't be here today." "Fine," Han Yunshi let go of him, with her head bowed. "Qinxie knows her wrongs." Very satisfied, Long Feiyi turned to leave. He hadn't even reached the door when his lips quirked up into a smile. He was in a good mood. Just like that, the news of the Bailey Navy's entrapment at Fishery Island was settled. Emperor Tianhui was still keeping an eye on Northernly's situation. Indeed, Northernly had made many moves at the borders of the three-way alliance, but their stance was unyielding. Emperor Tianhui had never looked forward to war so much. He was waiting for Northernly to go to war, for General Bailey to fulfill his promise and for Long Feiyi and Northernly to suffer heavy losses. Although he predicted that neither side would suffer heavy losses, he'd still be the ultimate victor. However, who would have thought that an entire month had passed? The Northern Dynasty's emperors had threatened Northernly multiple times, but never really sent out their troop. "Your Majesty, this is too abnormal." With the Northern Dynasty's emperor's personality, they should have sent out their troops half a month ago. Could it be that they're too afraid to act rashly because of Western Zhou's marriage alliance? Or are they afraid of the Bailey Navy? 2 days ago, I heard that Northern Lee's imperial ships showed up near Fishery Island. They've never suffered losses at the hands of a navy before, so why would they be afraid? Didn't a secret agent say that the Northern Dynasty's emperors disdain the Bailey Navy? Emperor Tianhui had just recovered from his illness, but the constant chatter of his officials had left him dizzy and lightheaded. He slapped the table and raged, "General Mu, speak! Your Majesty, as this soldier sees it, there's something fishy going on. It's better to wait a few more days." General Mu was an old fox with plenty of military experience. He could faintly sense that something was amiss within Northernly, but he wouldn't say a word. As a great general, he was just like his son. The last thing he wanted was to see war break out. Since General Mu had already said as much, Emperor Tianhui could only wait and see. "Your Majesty, Western Zhou's princess is coming for the marriage alliance at the end of the month. Should the princess's dowry?" The Minister of War trailed off. Everyone knew that Chu Qingga's dowry consisted of a large number of battle horses. Moreover, Chu Qingga had a team of archers under her command. According to the Chu clan's intentions, they wanted to combine the horses and archers into a team of elite soldiers under Chu Qingga's command. But at a time like this, leaving the horses to Great General Ning, the cavalry general stationed at the borders, was the most suitable choice. The Minister of War added in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the Chu clan is still a Western Zhou military family. It wouldn't make sense to get rid of someone else's dowry for no good reason." But wasn't the current situation at the three-way battlefield a perfect excuse? Western Zhou couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. Emperor Tianhui understood the Minister of War's intentions and hesitated. Seeing this, Long Tianma was about to step forward and coax him, but General Mu stopped him with a look. The Minister of War was already Long Tianma's man. Emperor Tianhui didn't know that. At a time like this, Long Tianma only needed to remain silent. After some hesitation, Emperor Tianhui agreed to the Minister of War's suggestion. When the news reached Long Feiye's ears, Long Feiye told Han Yunshi, "Chu Chinga's child hasn't even been born yet, but the fight for the throne has already begun." Han Yunshi shook her head. "This isn't a fight for the throne, but usurping the throne." Long Tianma was already secretly plotting to usurp the throne. Of course, Han Yunshi wasn't interested in such matters. She was more concerned with another matter. Now that Emperor Tianhui's illness had recovered, Gu Beiyue could leave Profound Dragon Palace. Gu Beiyue had been summoned to the palace as soon as he returned to the capital on sick leave. He'd stayed in Profound Dragon Palace the entire time without leaving for a single day. Until yesterday, he could finally leave the palace to rest for a few days. Han Yunshi missed her Lil Thing. Many people were concerned about the emperor's illness. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Gu Beiyue had cut off all contact with the outside world as soon as he entered Profound Dragon Palace. Only those allowed in could ask about the emperor's condition. Han Yunshi couldn't contact him either, so she didn't know how Lil Thing was doing. "Your Highness, Chenxia will be going to the Gu estate this afternoon to pick up Lil Thing," Han Yunshi reported her whereabouts honestly. "Just have Chu Shifeng go." Long Feiye didn't even look at her. "Lil Thing's been with him for so long. Chenxia needs to ask about it personally," Han Yunshi said. "It must be still asleep, or else it would have come back on its own long ago," Long Feiye said mildly. "You should at least ask about its condition." Han Yunshi didn't understand why this guy disliked Lil Thing so much. Why did he always dislike it? "The poison beast won't die, don't worry," Long Feiye said. "Then we still need to understand its condition. I wonder how its poison and blood are recovering." Han Yunshi grew serious. If not for the fact that Lil Thing's blood hadn't recovered, she wouldn't have to work so hard in the detox system to help Bailey Mingxiang create antidote. "It won't recover in just a few months." Long Feiye hadn't mentioned it before, but he understood the poison beast well. In any case, he refused to agree to let Han Yunshi go. Han Yunshi regretted telling him where she was going. He'd never asked her to report her whereabouts, either. After some thought she said, "You should at least ask. After all, it's Gu Beiyue who's taking care of it." Actually, she'd long noticed that Long Feiye was prejudiced against Gu Beiyue. No, it was more accurate to say that he was prejudiced against her friendship with Gu Beiyue. Last time, she'd used Gu Beiyue to provoke Long Feiye into action. Han Yunshi still had a guilty conscience, so how could she dare to say anything? When she saw that Long Feiye didn't speak, she said, "Your Highness, it's better if you let Imperial Physician Gu examine your wound. Why don't you come with Chenxia?" But Long Feiye simply said, "Chu Shifeng, go to the Gu estate and have Gu Beiyue send Lil Thing over." Han Yunshi withered. She looked at Long Feiye, who'd been reading with his head bowed, and muttered to herself, "You win." Soon enough, Chu Shifeng arrived with Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue looked the same as before. His complexion wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Dressed in snow-white robes, he was quiet and gentle. Anyone who looked at him would feel like the entire world was beautiful. "This official greets Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei." He bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "You may rise." Long Feiye stood in a lofty position, his aura imposing. "Imperial Physician Gu, has your body recovered?" Han Yunshi asked with concern. "Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's concern. This official has already recovered." Whether Long Feiye was here or not, Gu Beiyue was always so polite. As he spoke, he handed over the little bamboo basket on the side. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Lil Thing has recovered quite well. It wakes up every few days and stays awake for longer and longer periods of time. But right now it's still asleep. It should wake up again in a day or two." Han Yunshi eagerly took the basket and lifted the red cloth to see Lil Thing curled up into a furry ball. She was both happy and distressed. She gently stroked Lil Thing for a long time before picking it up and holding it in her hands, carefully examining it. Although Lil Thing hadn't fully recovered, Gu Beiwei had raised it quite a bit. It felt quite heavy in her hands. It's gotten quite heavy. You really know how to raise it, Han Yunshi said with a smile. It was all fed with esteemed Wang Fei's poison. Gu Beiwei also smiled faintly. Has it ever been unable to find me when it wakes up? Han Yunshi asked curiously. Gu Beiwei recalled, the first time it woke up, it ran back to the Duke of Qin's residence. This official originally wanted to look for it, but it quickly came back on its own. It probably couldn't find you. It's very smart. When I'm not here, it'll obediently follow you. Han Yunshi was amused. Gu Beiwei hurriedly nodded. Esteemed Wang Fei knows it best. After that time, it stopped running every time it woke up. Wherever this official goes, it follows. When Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei talked about Lil Thing, it was as if they had endless things to talk about. The more they talked, the happier they became. She didn't know if Gu Beiwei was aware of Long Fei Ye's existence. In short, Han Yunshi had forgotten about Long Fei Ye. Long Fei sat on one side, his already frigid face now covered in a layer of ice. Finally, when Han Yunshi was laughing, he opened his mouth. Chapter 4:14. Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei were laughing and chatting when the frost-faced Long Fei Yi suddenly spoke up. Imperial Physician Gu, I heard that you took sick leave to return to your hometown? Gu Beiwei quickly turned and bowed. Yes. Where's your hometown? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunshi grew curious as well. From what she understood, Gu Beiwei had followed his grandfather to Tianning's capital city. He'd probably grown up in the medical academy as a child. In the end, his parents had never mentioned it. It's in Longxi. This official's parents died when I was young, so I was raised by my grandfather. My ancestral home is Longxi County and I grew up in Medical City. Later on, I followed my grandfather to Tianning and have been living here ever since. This time, I came back to Longxi to recuperate from my illness and pay respects to my ancestors. Gu Beiwei seemed to know what Long Fei Yi was going to ask next. He not only answered, but explained everything clearly. Long Fei Yi had recently sent people to check the Medical Academy's records and Longxi County for verification. Although Long Fei Yi didn't believe him completely, he still hadn't found any evidence to prove that Gu Beiwei was lying. If he hadn't seen Gu Beiwei's skills in Medical City, he might have given up on his suspicions long ago. Long Fei Yi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Wang Fei, you said that your lordship's wound needs to be examined again? Wang Fei? Is he called Han Yunshi? Han Yunshi didn't know how to react. Whenever Long Fei spoke to her, he'd either call her by her full name or call her by her full name. She was currently pondering Gu Beiwei's origins. His parents had died when he was young and he was a pot of medicine. How bitter must his life have been? Long Fei Yi deliberately looked over, but she didn't notice. Gu Beiwei could have answered on behalf of Han Yunshi. After all, the follow-up was his business. However, he stood there and did not say a word. Long Fei Yi stared at her for a long time before saying, Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi regained her senses. Your Highness called me? Does this prince's wound need to be examined? Although Long Fei Yi was displeased, he still patiently asked again. When Gu Beiwei saw this scene, he faintly felt that the Duke of Qin's patience with esteemed Wang Fei seemed to have improved quite a bit after not seeing each other for a while. Esteemed Wang Fei also seemed to be more at ease in front of the Duke of Qin. Follow-up? When the gauze was removed, it was confirmed that he had recovered. The follow-up visit was just an excuse that Han Yunshi used to say that she couldn't win against Long Fei Yi. Of course. She hurriedly nodded and secretly gave Gu Beiwei a look, indicating for him to cooperate. Imperial Physician Gu, His Highness's wound healed faster than expected. It was basically healed last month. Just in case, take a look again. Gu Beiwei could actually accurately calculate when Long Fei Ye's wound would heal. In order to hide his medical skills, he deliberately exaggerated the healing time. He pretended to be shocked. It healed last month? That's right. Take a look again. Han Yunshi had a serious expression. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. He moved to the side hall to let Gu Beiwei examine him. He wasn't a physician, but he knew best whether his wound had healed or not. How could Han Yunshi hide her intentions from him? He took the initiative to ask about the follow-up visit in order to change the topic. The little thing had been sent over and the follow-up visit had been completed. Shouldn't Gu Beiwei take his leave now? These three people, each one was more shrewd than the other. Today's game was just a small trick. If they became enemies one day, what kind of schemes would they use? Gu Beiwei wasn't careless. He seriously examined Long Feiyi and then sighed with emotion. His Highness's constitution is extraordinary. This can be considered a miracle. Didn't this miracle come from Imperial Physician Gu's hands? Long Feiyi countered with a question. Gu Beiwei wasn't alarmed. His expression didn't change as he said modestly, I wouldn't dare. Long Feiyi didn't like to argue without results, so he didn't say much. Gu Beiwei withdrew. As he wished, he said, Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, this official should also take his leave. Before Han Yunshi could speak, Long Feiyi waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Han Yunshi held the little thing and gestured to Gu Beiwei. Many thanks. Esteemed Wang Fei is too polite. This official will take his leave. Gu Beiwei was about to leave when the little thing in Han Yunshi's hands suddenly woke up. It was in a daze. When it opened its eyes, the first thing it saw was Gu Beiwei bowing and retreating with his head lowered. His thin, silent figure gradually retreated as if to leave for good. Lil Thing grew fearful at the sight and gave a shrill squeak. Then it flew out and threw itself into Gu Beiwei's arms. This sudden turn of events gave everyone a shock. Lil Thing. Han Yunshi blurted out. Lil Thing woke up when it heard the familiar voice. When it saw Han Yunshi, it jumped in fright and squeaked again. It had to be said that these squeaks were very piercing to the ears. Long Feiyi was already knitting his brows, but no one cared. Lil Thing looked between Gu Beiwei and Han Yunshi and immediately understood what was going on. Its Mama Yunshi was back. The gentleman had sent it here. Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes and beckoned with her finger. Come here. Lil Thing didn't hesitate to pounce over and land on Han Yunshi's shoulder, happily rubbing against her. Mama Yunshi was finally back. It missed her so much. Han Yunshi pulled Lil Thing off her shoulder and pinched its ears, teased its cheeks, scratched its neck, and tugged at its tail. It wasn't clear whether she was caressing it or ravaging it, but she was overjoyed. Did you miss me? Were you good? Did you cause any trouble? You didn't steal anything, right? Did you eat more than usual? Lil Thing had no idea what Mama Yunshi was talking about, but it kept squeaking and rubbing against Han Yunshi's fingers like a spoiled child. Long Feiyi arched an eyebrow as he observed Han Yunshi's affectionate gestures. He didn't even blink. Esteemed Wang Fei, I'm afraid it smelled your scent and woke up early, Gu Beiwei grinned. Probably because it smelled the poison on my body. Han Yunshi grinned as well. So these two were going to start chatting again? On one side, Chu Shifeng and Zhao Mama exchanged meaningful glances. But Gu Beiwei didn't continue the conversation. It's good that Lil Thing's awake. This official still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. This time, he really left. This time, Lil Thing was very quiet. It nestled in Han Yunshi's hands and watched silently until the gentleman's figure disappeared from sight. It didn't know what had gotten into it just then. Was it too sleepy, or had it learned too much about him over the past few months? Was that why he had such a desolate illusion? Sir, Lil Thing really wants to spend more time with you. After Gu Beiwei left, Long Feiyi rose to his feet and walked towards Han Yunshi. Lil Thing was staring blankly at the door when it suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was so familiar, but it couldn't remember what it was. It sniffed and slowly turned its head, only to see Papa Long's 5 fingers rushing towards its face. Awoo, a familiar scent meant danger. Its soft fur stood on end as Lil Thing tried to flee, but it was too late. Long Fei grabbed it by the tail and lifted it up. Lil Thing was too scared to move or make a sound. Its head and limbs hung obediently in the air, but its eyes kept darting towards Han Yunshi for help. Lil Thing hadn't fully recovered yet, so Han Yunshi was worried that Long Fei would toss it out again. She was about to take Lil Thing back when Long Fei remarked, "It really has gotten heavier." This guy didn't toss Lil Thing away." Han Yunshi nodded. "Imperial physician, Gu knows how to take care of it." Long Fei wanted to say more, but fell silent for a long time. In the end, he gave Lil Thing back to Han Yunshi and said, "It's time to reduce its diet. It won't be able to run if it's too fat." Han Yunshi burst into laughter, but Lil Thing was so moved that it wanted to cry. It had no idea what Papa Long had said, but rejoiced at the fact that it hadn't been tossed out of the window in Papa Long's hands. It felt like Papa Long had changed for the better. After Han Yunshi took Lil Thing out, Long Fei asked Chu Shifeng, "What's there to talk about with a mouse?" Chu Shifeng could tell that His Highness had wanted to talk to esteemed Wang Fei about Lil Thing too, but he hadn't. "Master, that's a squirrel, not a mouse," Chu Shifeng could only reply. Long Fei only gave him a cold glance, but didn't ask any questions. Instead, he changed the subject. "Have you made arrangements?" "According to your Highness's orders, everything's been taken care of. Tang Li's already gone to stand guard," Chu Shifeng replied. Mute Granny had arrived at the capital after them and was placed in the solitary enclosure. Tang Li had stood guard at the hidden pavilion for a long time, but the mysterious black-robed man never showed up again. "Your Highness, could that black-robed man have already died? He was just holding on, or perhaps he took some sort of miracle medicine to preserve his heart." Chu Shifeng guessed. "Your lordship is more interested in how he knew Mute Granny was in my hands," Long Fei said. Mute Granny was the Mu clan's top secret. Mu Ingdong would never reveal her existence to outsiders. Besides him, the only other person who knew was Gu. But that man couldn't have known Mute Granny was still alive. Chu Shifeng had handled the matter flawlessly. Moreover, with Gu's personality, he would have told Han Yunshi long ago if he knew Mute Granny was fine. Long Fei pondered the question for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the problem lay. "Your Highness, this subordinate's already investigated. Gu Qisha hasn't returned to Medicine Ghost Valley yet. His whereabouts are unknown," Chu Shifeng reminded him in a low voice. Chu Shifeng felt that hiding Mute Granny from esteemed Wang Fei was a dangerous thing. If one day the secret was exposed, even His Highness wouldn't be able to explain himself. Moreover, His Highness probably didn't want to explain himself either. Long Fei pinched the bridge of his nose and intoned, "Tell Tang Li to keep a close eye on the man." Currently, Gu Qishao was finally leaving the Mu clan's medicine storehouse after staying for so long. That's right, he and Mu Ling had found the panoptic red lotus. Although it wasn't the top treasure in the Mu clan storehouse, it was still in the top 10. Mu Ling didn't even blink as she stuffed it into Gu's hands. "Chi brother, take care of it." Chapter 4:15. Mu Ling had already ground the panoptic red lotus into a convenient powder and placed it in a small porcelain bottle. Mu Ling had suffered so much to find this thing, but Gu took it for granted and didn't show any gratitude. He really didn't have any conscience. However, Mu Ling wanted him to be this impolite. If he said thanks, she would feel distant. Love was nothing more than being willing to do it. "Chi brother, we only have the bear chuan left. Let's go steal it from the 100 Poisons sect." Mu Ling's big watery eyes looked shifty. After a few months of torment, she had lost a lot of weight, but her spirit was very good. Steal? Would this young master do such a thing? Gu was very disdainful. "Hee, Chi brother, do you have a good plan?" Mu Ling laughed even more mischievously. "Find Jun Xie," Gu said very casually. The enemy of a friend was his enemy, and the enemy of an enemy was his friend. Jun Yixie was Han Yunxi's enemy, so Jun Yixie was also his enemy. However, Jun Yixie was also Long Fei Ye's enemy, so Jun Yixie was also his friend. Although he also looked down on Jun Yixie, in summary, he and Jun Yixie could be considered as both enemies and friends. He didn't know if Han Yunxi would despise Gu if she knew his convoluted theory. In short, the moment Gu knew that the bear chuan was in Jun Yixie's hands, he planned his plan. With the medicine in hand, it would be easy to trick Long Fei Yi. He could give the opportunity to trick Long Fei Yi to Jun Yixie, but the condition was that he wanted the bear chuan. Are we going to Northernly? Mu Linger asked hurriedly. She didn't know about Gu's dark thoughts. She only cared about where to go with Chi brother. Gu rubbed his chin. He and Mu Ling had been hiding in the Mu family's medicinal herb storehouse for a period of time. It could be said that they were completely oblivious to the outside world and were only focused on finding the Mi Tianhong. He did not know that Jun Yixie was trapped on Fishery Island, nor did he know the real reason why Jun Yixie was trapped on Fishery Island. He thought that if Jun Yixie was not at the 100 Poisons sect, then he must be in the capital of Northernly. After putting away the panoptic red lotus, Gu said, "Let's go and have a drink before asking around." Mu Linger was overjoyed. "All right, let's get drunk." As soon as they left the Mu clan's medicinal herb storehouse, Gu heard the news that Northernly's Duke of Kong had been besieged by Tianning's Duke of Qin on Fishery Island. The two countries were on the verge of war. Mu Linger was so drunk that she fell asleep on the dining table. Gu leaned against the window and rubbed his chin, completely sober. "Is the Long Fei Yi really going to war just to steal the fish?" he muttered to himself. "Master, I heard that Tianning's entire navy went over with thousands of archers. Northernly's imperial clan even hired numerous martial arts experts in secret, but none of them managed to save the fish," an attendant reported in a low voice. "What good will it do the Long Fei Yi if the two countries go to war?" Gu had never cared about the affairs of the imperial court, but he could tell that Long Fei Ye's provocation of Northernly didn't make sense. "Master, why don't this subordinate go ask around again?" the attendant asked. "Let's go to Northernly's capital and get some information," Gu said, a shrewd look in his eyes. "Could it be that there's some sort of treasure on Fishery Island?" "Master, why don't you go there yourself?" the attendant asked cautiously. Gu rolled his eyes at him. "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Do you understand? Cooperating with Jun Yixie was like asking a tiger for its skin. He had to be careful with every step. If he didn't get a clear picture of the situation, how the hell was he supposed to cooperate with him?" The attendant didn't dare ask any more questions, but left with his tail between his legs. "Ayaya," Gu sighed softly. Those who didn't know him would be captivated by the sight of such a beautiful man sighing. Those who knew him would feel their hairs stand on end. Those devilish eyes of his were clearly plotting something again. He had to figure out the situation before acting. Long Fei Yi had trapped Jun Yixie. For him, this was the perfect opportunity to negotiate with Jun Yixie. Gu sat on the windowsill with his arms resting on his knees. He looked casual and carefree. His red robe was like fire, and his hair was as black as ink. Under the moonlight, his face alone was as beautiful as a celestial being. Mu Linger had started to murmur beside him. Chi brother, let's stay together forever, okay?" Unfortunately, Gu turned a deaf ear to her. He looked at the bright moon in the sky with a wicked smile on his face. Gu was waiting for news. On Fishery Island, Jun Yixie was feeling melancholy. He had been waiting for Northernly's imperial clan to rescue him this entire time, but there was still no news after a month. He was certain that the Northern Dynasty's emperors would save him and even send troops to threaten Tianning so that Emperor Tianhui would put pressure on Long Fei Yi. But the Ning navy hadn't moved a muscle yet. Even if Tianning's navy was strong, the Northern Dynasty's emperors wouldn't be intimidated by it. With the Northern Dynasty's emperor's temperament, they'd definitely start a war. He had no idea what was going on outside. Days like these were truly unbearable. There wasn't much fresh water and rations left on the island. Where was he supposed to find more if he kept waiting? Once again, it was the dead of night when the stars filled the sky. Jun Yixie was lying on his back in a coconut tree, staring blankly at the stars. Did something happen to the Northernly army? There was only one reason that could stop the Northernly Emperor's bellicose heart. Jun Yixie didn't think too deeply about the problem. There was no point in thinking about it while he was trapped here. He took out a porcelain bottle and fiddled with it. This bottle contained the blood he'd collected from the ice that day. In these boring days, all he could do was ponder over this bottle of blood. This blood contained poison that was extremely complex and strange. The blood contained a slow-acting poison. These slow-acting poisons were not fatal, but the poison formed when they were mixed together was fatal. Judging from this blood, Bailey Mingxiang had been poisoned with countless slow-acting poisons. With Jun Yixie's keen senses, he quickly realized that Bailey Mingxiang had been used to cultivate poison blood. This method was very similar to his own method of cultivating poison humans, but it wasn't completely the same. Another possibility he thought of was to cultivate poison goo humans that couldn't be killed, but a strange discovery made him reject that idea. After careful consideration, he realized that this wasn't human blood at all, but fish blood. That day, he clearly saw that Bailey Mingxiang and General Bailey's hands were bleeding. Could it be that he'd collected the wrong blood? Their blood was somewhere else, and the blood he'd collected was from a fish? But that day, he hadn't seen any blood on the surrounding ice. Moreover, how could the fish in the illusory lake be so heavily poisoned? That day, he'd checked the lake water. Compared to waiting for someone to rescue him, Jun Yixie was more concerned about this strange bottle of poison blood. He was very obsessed with poisons. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Moreover, this poison blood might be the secret of the Long Fei Yi. As he thought about it, he suddenly flipped over and fell heavily to the ground. The poison in his shoulder was acting up again. He lay motionless in the sand with his hand on his shoulder. The veins on the back of his hand were all bulging. It was a terrifying sight. The poison in his shoulder was acting up more and more frequently, and it was more and more uncomfortable each time. Rheumatic pain was the most torturous, but this pain was 100 times more uncomfortable than rheumatic pain. After a full hour of pain, Jun Yixie was finally able to move. He sat up, his hand still firmly pressed against his shoulder. Han Yunxi. He gritted his teeth, practically squeezing the name out from between his teeth. It was clear to see how much hatred he felt. After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time he'd remembered a woman's name so clearly. It was as if it had been branded into his heart. He probably wouldn't forget it for the rest of his life. Han Yunxi, you mustn't fall into this prince's hands. Far away in Tianing, Han Yunxi was sleeping until the middle of the night when she suddenly woke up with a cold shiver. There was still more than a month until Bailey Mingxiang's beauty's blood was completed. She hadn't gone out much during this time, so she was making the best use of her time to concoct the antidote. What was worth being happy about was that she'd already decided on the initial steps of the antidote. Her experiments had all gone smoothly. Of course, she was using the poison blood she'd cultivated by imitating Bailey Mingxiang's poison. In order to determine if the antidote was effective, she'd have to test it on Bailey Mingxiang's true blood. Since she couldn't sleep after waking up, Han Yunxi simply got out of bed. She glanced outside the window and saw that the lights in Long Fei Ye's study were still on. "You're awake? Or still awake?" She put on her clothes and was about to go downstairs when Su Xiaoyu suddenly came upstairs. "Mistress, why are you awake?" Su Xiaoyu stood in the staircase, looking up at her. Her young and tender face was filled with drowsiness. "Why aren't you asleep either?" Han Yunxi asked with concern. Su Xiaoyu silently lowered her head. Han Yunxi was a little angry. Didn't I tell you before that you didn't need to stand guard like this? The weather's still cold, so why are you doing this? Leisurely Cloud Pavilion didn't have a rule of servants standing guard at night. After Su Xiaoyu came, she insisted on standing guard at the staircase. After Han Yunxi came back from the disaster area, she thought that the little girl had changed her bad habit. Who knew that she'd bump into her again tonight? Seeing Han Yunxi coming down, Su Xiaoyu immediately moved aside and lowered her head like an innocent child. Han Yunxi glanced at her. She wasn't as soft-hearted as before. Although she loved this child dearly, she shouldn't challenge her patience like this. A servant girl who came to her leisurely Cloud Pavilion and didn't listen to her repeatedly. How could she stay for long? Could she still be used? As soon as she arrived downstairs, she coldly said, "Zhao Mama." Zhao Mama was sleeping in the room next to the study. She woke up from her dream and hurriedly came out. When she saw Su Xiaoyu, she knew what was going on. Discipline her well. If there's a next time, send her out, Han Yunxi mercilessly instructed. Su Xiaoyu immediately fell to her knees, her small frame trembling. She didn't dare to make a sound. This servant understands, Zhao Mama replied calmly. She thought to herself, this is exactly how esteemed Wang Fei should teach Su Xiaoyu a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what she'll become in the future. Han Yunxi walked out the door and realized that it was almost daybreak. Zhao Mama hurried after her and wrapped her in a cloak. Esteemed Wang Fei, why did you suddenly wake up? Zhao Mama asked in a low voice. When did His Highness come back last night? Han Yunxi asked. Zhao Mama knew the answer on purpose, but didn't say it out loud. This servant isn't sure either. Did His Highness come back last night? Han Yunxi was too lazy to pay her any more attention. She didn't leave the courtyard, but sat down on the swing instead. Northernly still hadn't gone to war, and Chuchinga's marriage alliance was imminent. She figured that the next few days would be more peaceful. She had to hurry up and deal with the beauty's blood. Because of it, her analysis of the perplexing butterfly illusion had been delayed. Seeing that esteemed Wang Fei didn't speak, Zhao Mama kept her company in silence. Su Xiaoyu had long raised her head from her room to stare at Han Yunxi from a distance. A sinister look flashed past her dark eyes that didn't suit her age. Chuchinga's marriage alliance is imminent, and Big Brother's almost here. Looks like I'll have to find out something to give Big Brother an explanation.